Chapter 411. The big tree in the Shazhou side manor was unlucky. Fan Xian had used the emperor's sword to unleash his kingly aura, and shaved off countless tree bark. The reason for this was all because the young imperial envoy's anger was not shallow. He could not put on a sour face in front of his wife, nor could he immediately rush to Shangjing in northern Qi to scold his own sister's teacher. Thus, he had to find a way to vent his anger. Fan Xian was not a boring boss who liked to beat and scold his subordinates to relieve stress. It just so happened that in his previous life, he had been lying in bed reading a book. He had once read a sour story that made him cry. Thus, in this life, he learned from the male lead of that story. The male lead, who liked to pour water that he washed his feet, had been bullied by his wife and endured it for many years. He would always sneak out in the middle of the night and smash trees by the river to find a pitiful psychological balance. Fan Xian didn't smash trees. He used the Grand Siga sword to slice at trees. As he sliced, he gritted his teeth hatefully. When the trees in the courtyard had their hair all white overnight, and their clothes torn to shreds, revealing their lowly and naked bodies, Fan Xian and his group left in the carriage and returned to the Peng Manor by West Lake. There were many people waiting for the imperial envoy and the princess by West Lake. It was not convenient for the two governors in Suzhou to come personally, but the Hangzhou Zhizhou that Fan Xian secretly admired would not be polite. He sealed off a third of the long embankment by West Lake to make it easier for the Fan Manor's carriages to enter. He also led a group of subordinates to wait around, afraid that these two important figures would be dissatisfied. As for this flattery, Fan Xian comfortably accepted it. After all, Wanner's health was not good, and she did need peace and quiet. After everyone met up in the manor, Cici and the wives of the Tung family served Wanner to rest. Fan Xian found some time to see the Hangzhou Zhizhou and said a few warm words of encouragement. The next day, he had Tiger Guard Gao to block all of the wives of these officials outside the back garden. The mistress of the Fan family did not see guests. Wanner gazed at Fan Xian pitifully. Her brows had long furrowed into a weak willow leaf in the wind. Her eyes were crying and complaining. "Good husband, just spare me." Fan Xian smiled and said, "Be good, just drink the medicine. Otherwise I'll spank you." Wanner had no choice but to drink the medicine bitterly. She couldn't help but sigh deep in her heart. She wondered why she was so stupid. She told Fan Xian the reason. Given his personality, he would not allow her to do this. If she had known earlier, she would not have come to Jiangnan. She would have just secretly stopped the medicine in Jingdou. Suddenly, she shyly thought that if she didn't go to Jiangnan, even if she stopped taking the medicine and got rid of the foreign element in her body, but without him, how could she have a child? Fan Xian was wiping away the medicine at the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief when he suddenly saw his wife's blushing face. He was startled, not knowing what she was thinking. "Wife," he teased, "why are you so shy?" Wanner rolled her eyes at him and said, "I'm not telling you." She quickly changed the topic. Coming to Jiangnan this time, for one, was a matter that had been decided before the new year. Another was an important matter that needed to be discussed with Fan Xian. For these matters, she could not trust the servants to pass on the message. Fan Xian saw that she was serious and furrowed his brows slightly. Putting his ear close, he listened to his wife speak quietly by his ear. His mood grew heavier and heavier, but his face did not change. It remained calm. He comforted and said, "I thought it was something big for you to come down to Jiangnan in such a hurry. The elders in the palace are used to gossiping about people and don't care too much." During their days in Jingdou, this young couple had a good understanding. Furthermore, they had once made it clear that Wana was now someone's wife and daughter. In such a complicated relationship, Fan Xian pitied her and did not want her to be too involved in these dark matters, even if Wanner could actually help him a lot. For example, on the day the great prince visited Fan Manor, the two of them spoke in the middle of the night. Although she said this, Wanner could not pretend that nothing had happened around her. Furthermore, she could not blindfold her eyes and pretend that she did not see her husband and her mother, who she was not very close to, at daggers drawn. A girl's thoughts were difficult to guess. In this matter, she always wanted to find a way to protect Fan Xian, and not let both sides sink into an irreparable situation. However, it was very difficult. It was difficult for Fan Xian to understand, and it was the same for Wanner. Thus, she could only stay in Jingdo and carefully ask around for news from the Fourth Bureau. She helped Fan Xian analyze the mysteries of those women's politics. Using her aloof status and the privilege of entering and leaving the palace as she pleased, she helped Fan Xian, who was far away in Jiangnan, contact the people in the palace and eliminate any resistance that could be eliminated. Fan Xian knew about these things and knew that he could not stop her, so he could only let her be. Furthermore, there were times when he needed Wanner to act as a lubricant in the middle, just like the trip to the palace after the spring examination. Because of Fan Xian's opposition, Wanner's abilities were not fully displayed. Her natural sense of politics and palace matters was suppressed. However, this did not mean that she did not understand these things. Thus, after she learned of the story in the palace, she resolutely came to Jiangnan. Different from what everyone thought, the young mistress of the Fan Manor did not come to Jiangnan to see the northern Qi Saint girl called Duo. She just wanted to remind Fan Xian of certain things in person. The elders in the palace can influence a lot. Wanner looked at Fan Xian worriedly and said in a quiet voice, "The Empress Dowager is the Empress Aunt. The relationship between these two cannot be separated. The Empress has arranged for someone to enter the palace to tell the Empress Dowager the story of the stone. There are dangers hidden within. You cannot be too careless." Fan Xian fell silent. A glimmer of anger welled up in his heart. When he was copying Story of the Stone in Danzhou, it was only to find some games for himself and Cici, and for Roro to entertain. At the same time, it was to satisfy his literary thoughts. He did not think too much of it. Although he knew that old Chao's writings at the time were somewhat taboo, he thought that this was a completely different country and two different worlds. How could it be taboo? So he had been careless. No one had thought that their life and their encounters would later change so much. Every word and sentence in Dream of the Red Chamber seemed to express their dissatisfaction and hidden bitterness. Particularly that poem about Sister Qiao. Anyone could write this book, but it could not be him. Yet in the present world, everyone believed that he had written this book. The resentment in the book seemed to be narrating his dissatisfaction with the matter of the old Yi family. The Empress had arranged for someone to enter the palace to tell the old Empress Dowager the story. Given the Empress Dowager's sensitive and suspicious mind, would she not think that he had ulterior motives? The matters of the royal family were all about the heart. If the heart was suspicious, then the person was suspicious. If the heart could be punished, then the person could be punished. Fan Xian thought quietly for a while, and found that this was indeed a problem he was about to face. If the Empress Dowager truly thought that he had dissatisfaction in his heart, and wanted to redress the matter of the past, then perhaps the old woman's temporary silence would no longer exist. Presently, the Qing kingdom was governed by filial piety. Whatever the Empress Dowager said, his emperor would have to express it. However, this was not a big problem. Fan Xian had been in Jiangnan for a long time, and his strength had reached a certain level. These small waves would not make him very afraid. He gently patted his wife's hand and warmly said, "Don't worry. Even if that old woman suspects me, so what? I haven't done anything. She can't just ask the emperor to strip me of my position." Wanna laughed bitterly and couldn't resist shaking her head. Using her finger, she gently poked at the spot between his brows and said, "That is my grandmother, and also your grandmother. Why are you calling her old woman?" Fan Xian chuckled and said, "Speaking of which, when I saw you in the Qing temple, I would never have guessed that you would be my cousin." I don't know who hid it from me for so long," Lin Wanner muttered with a pout. Without waiting for Fan Xian to comfort her, Wanner continued with a serious expression. "Even if there is no harm in this matter for now, what about the matter of the Ming family? The storm of your lawsuit in Jiangnan has long spread into Jingdo. Presently, Song Shuren can be considered to have truly made a name for himself. To say that the eldest legitimate son does not have a natural right to inheritance, this touches the bottom line of many people. Although Song Shuren is helping Xia Qifei fight the lawsuit, Everyone in Jingdo knows that you are their true backer. They can't help but ask in their hearts, just what is our Sir Fan Jr. thinking? Fan Xian raised his eyebrows and said, what can I think? Lin Wanner gazed at him and said, as for looking at it on the surface, you want to help Xia Qifei take back the Ming family property. Would the Empress Dowager not suspect you? Furthermore, there is also the disadvantage of the story of the stone earlier. Combining the two, everyone will think that you want to take back the palace treasury. But who does the palace treasury belong to? Who is the eldest legitimate son in the palace? Lin Wanner sighed. The things you did in Jiangnan, you truly placed yourself on the opposite side of the crown prince, and even the Empress Dowager. Fan Xian was silent for a moment, and then decided to speak his true thoughts. Correct. But in reality, I purposely created this kind of atmosphere to make the people in the palace feel that I have ulterior motives. Lin Wanner opened her mouth slightly in surprise. She felt that such a rash advance did not seem to be in his character. You came a few days late, so you don't know that the emperor has sent a eunuch to announce the edict. Fan Xian smiled slightly. In a few days, the capital will know my attitude. I am standing on the third prince's side. Lin Wanner was confused and nervous. In a quiet voice she said, you are prepared to let the third prince fight in the arena. But he is still a child. This child is not simple. Fan Xian lowered his head slightly and smiled gently. His ability is not bad. Furthermore, I have great confidence in my ability to read people. I also have confidence in my ability as a teacher. The person I teach will not be too bad. But you still haven't explained why you created this kind of atmosphere today. Lin Wanner furrowed her brows. If she allowed this situation to continue, the two sides would gradually lose any chance of reconciliation. It would also force. She abruptly raised her head and looked at Fan Xian in shock. Slightly startled, she said, you are prepared to force them to act? The bedroom was silent for a long time. Fan Xian slowly nodded his head. In a quiet voice he said, many people have overlooked the Empress and the Crown Prince. However, they and I both know that only one side can survive between us. Taking advantage of the fact that the Emperor still cares about me, I am going to force the hidden disaster to erupt earlier. Lin Wanner's expression gradually became one of helplessness. Her face darkened. Although she knew that the Son of Heaven's battle did not leave the slightest bit of affection, when she thought of her dearest husband or her brother, the Crown Prince, one of them had to die, she couldn't help but feel a trace of cold. Fan Xian's eyes were even colder than his wife's heart. Slowly and indifferently he said, I don't want to kill people. However, they have already killed people decades ago. Now they will not let me go. Since it is so, I will finish this matter. Lin Wanner was silent for a long time. She then opened her mouth and said, then what about her? The her, in these words, was the biggest problem between Fan Xian and his wife, the eldest princess who had never been willing to settle down. Fan Xian's eyelids drooped slightly. Gently, he pulled Wanner into his arms. Gently, he said, the Emperor's thoughts run too deep. I won't pay attention to them. Your mother's thoughts are also too big. It is not my place to pay attention to them. This is a battle between her and the Emperor. I only need to be on the side. I can't promise anything else, but I can promise you that I will not personally do anything to her. Was this promise trustworthy? Uncle Emperor has always doted on me. Lin Wanner was like a wounded kitten in Fan Xian's arms. She spoke weakly, but her eyes gradually became misty. If the eldest princess truly had the courage to do such a thing, then even if, with Fan Xian's power and identity, Lin Wanner would not be implicated in any way, her identity in the royal family would become awkward and dangerous. Fan Xian was silent. He knew that Wanner's sigh was true. After they were married and walking in the palace, only then did he clearly feel that his emperor truly doted on Wanner. Wanner's status in the palace was indeed much higher than that of a normal princess. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. The emperor marrying his favorite niece to his illegitimate son could be considered compensation to him? It's fine. It's all the elders' business, he said with a slight smile. Let them make a ruckus. Although his words were light, the content was not. In the next year, if the Qing court did not change masters, there would be a bloodbath in the royal family. What would happen to Fan Xian and Wanner, the young man and woman? If it was the former, Fan Xian believed that his entire family would be buried with the emperor. If it was the latter, how would Wanner face it? In this instant, Fan Xian suddenly felt that forcing the other party to act ahead of time seemed to be a very boring thing. However, in order to protect himself and the people around him, he had to do this. The old cripple should also be thinking this way, right? I hope he has some good ideas. Fan Xian gently patted Wanner's back and looked at the calm lake outside the window, the green mountain, the fishing boat, and the willow branch. His thoughts floated to the distant Jingdo. In the chilly royal palace in Jingdo, the serving girls and eunuchs walked quietly. Occasionally, some of the younger serving girls would giggle and immediately be harshly scolded by the old nannies. Spring had ended, and the beginning of summer had arrived. The trees in the palace were luxuriant, but the people in the palace still did not have a sliver of freedom. Guangxin Palace had once been the eldest princess's palace. After the matter of the eldest princess secretly communicating with Northern Qi and betraying a high-ranking Overwatch Council official had been exposed by Uncle Wu Zhu through the city, the most beautiful woman in Qin Kingdom had sadly withdrawn from the political scene in Jingdo and gone to the cold and cheerless Li Palace. Although she could faintly influence the situation in the palace from Xinyangli Palace, it was not as convenient as being inside Jingdo. Thus, in the 6th year of the Qin calendar, she finally convinced the Empress Dowager to move back to Jingdo. At this time, the sensational incident of the Juanshan Conference had long disappeared from people's memories. However, not long after returning to Jingdo, the power of the Juanshan Conference in Jiangnan was revealed angrily in front of her brother the emperor. Thus, the emperor ordered her to once again move into the royal palace. It was called a reunion, but in reality, it was to keep a close watch. However, the eldest princess had, after all, operated in the palace for a long time. She was also the Empress Dowager's favorite girl, and her relationship with the Empress had always been close. Thus, no one could stop her from entering and leaving the royal palace. The tricks she had done in secret had also successfully fooled many people. Of course, in order to reassure her brother, it was not convenient for her to leave the palace too often. She had been in close contact with her subordinates, so her most frequent activity was to chat with the Empress Dowager in the palace and study some flowers, birds, insects, and water with the Empress. What she embroidered was probably not cloth. The situation in Jiangnan had already been settled. Regardless of whether or not eldest Princess Li Yunrui accepted it, whether or not she admitted it, whether or not she was sad, the Jiangnan she had managed for over a decade had already been completely taken over by her successful son-in-law. The old Ming matriarch had died. Great Master Sanshi had died. The Ming family was as silent as a cicada in winter. Under the combined suppression of Fan Xian and Xueqing, the Jiangnan officialdom did not have much of a backlash. The trusted aides she had placed in the 3 large workshops of the Palace Treasury Transport Company had all been pulled out by Fan Xian. Although those officials were still respectful in their letters, under Fan Xian's tyrannical power, they could not move. The anger of the people, which had been created with great difficulty, had for some reason quietly dissipated. Thus, the letters of blood from tens of thousands of people that had been sent to Jingdo from thousands of li away, and the old scholar, who had brought the case before the emperor, had become rootless trees. They were not a threat to the court at all. Forfeit salary? The eldest princess Li Yunrui narrowed her eyes. A trace of ridicule flashed through her beautiful phoenix eyes. Tell me, do you think the Fan family lacks this little bit of silver? Sitting beside her was the dignified and luxurious-looking empress. The empress smiled slightly and said, "The emperor dotes on the Fan family. A few days ago, the investigation of the Ministry of Revenue was also hastily concluded." The eldest princess smiled slightly. Her long eyelashes fluttered with a tenderness that did not match her age. She smiled lightly and said, "Minister Fan has done a great service to the country. How can we women compare?" She sighed and said, "When all is said and done, I don't actually have a child. Having a daughter is not that close, so why should I care about these things? I think that when autumn comes, I should ask my mother to go back to Xinjiang to live. The empress's heart thumped. She silently cursed this foxy woman for pretending to be young. She could also hear that the other party was retreating in order to advance. However, in the present situation, if Li Yunrui really did not do it, then she and the crown prince would not be able to stop Fan Xian and the third prince's momentum. Of course, the empress was not an idiot. She knew that the eldest princess would not give up the power in her hands and leave. The other party had said these words to gain the upper hand in the situation. There was even a glimmer of caution in the empress's smile that should not have been there. What are you saying, sister? Although I am a stupid woman who does not know the affairs of the country, I know that you are a pillar of the country and have obtained countless benefits for the Qing court. If you truly go to Xinjiang, the emperor will be the first to not agree. The conversation between these two women still could not leave that chair. However, no one dared to speak too bluntly of such a matter before it started. The eldest princess was silent for a moment and slowly opened her mouth to say, "Mother is old and is always easily deceived by others." The empress nodded and smiled slightly. "Let's take it slowly." The two of them were silent and raised their teacups to sip. The empress suddenly asked probingly, "I heard Fan Xian is doing well in Jiangnan. Is it that an ace suddenly came and cut down half a building in Suzhou?" The matter of cutting down half a building with one strike could not be hidden for long. It still traveled back to Jingdou and into the palace. The eldest princess knew what the empress wanted to ask, but she purposely did not give her the truth. With a trace of pride, she smiled and said, "I do not know much about the matters of the Jianghu." If a great grandmaster stood behind the eldest princess, then the empress would have a clearer understanding of where she should stand in their cooperation. Of course, this would also greatly strengthen the empress and the crown prince's resolve. Seeing that the eldest princess was not willing to speak clearly, the empress cursed in her heart and took her leave. Looking at the mother of the country's slightly lonely figure, a glimmer of pity and disdain flashed through the eldest princess's eyes. She wondered where this kind of character got her confidence from to want a piece of the pie. The chief strategist of Xinjiang, Huang Yi, and Yuan Hongdao could not enter the palace, so the trusted aide at the eldest princess's side was a eunuch. The eunuch stood to the side and quietly said the question in the eldest princess's heart. "Does the empress not know this is asking a tiger for its skin?" The eldest princess said the words that it was inconvenient for a trusted aide to say. She smiled coldly and said, "Even if I am a tiger, she can only stand on my side. Otherwise, if the third prince truly ascends and Fan Xian wants to avenge Yi Qingmei, who will help her block it?" She slowly closed her eyes and said, "She and I have temporarily put aside the question of whether it is Cheng Qian or the second prince, because she knows that if the matter succeeds, she will not be able to win against me. She only wants a way out. The Jiangnan side? Don't worry about it anymore." The eldest princess sighed. That son-in-law of mine had already made preparations before he went to Jiangnan. How could those natives in Jiangnan be a match for him? She shook her head and faintly said after a moment of silence, "Now that I think about it, I really did make a big mistake back then. If it wasn't for the Nilon Street incident, how could Fan Xian and I have become like this? If he stood by my side, who in this world could oppose us?" Not waiting for the eunuch to reply, she laughed self-mockingly. What a fantasy! If Fan Xian and I did not have such an unsolvable hatred, how could my emperor brother dare to put him in such an important position? The eunuch listened to the side and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. From the beginning I was wrong. A glimmer of coldness and decisiveness flashed through the eldest princess's beautiful face. No matter how powerful Fan Xian is, he will still be held by the palace's strings by his limbs. Why should I care about this puppet? What I should care about is the person holding the strings. In Hongguang Palace, not far from Guangxin Palace, the Empress Dowager was half-lidded. After all, she was old. Her spirit was not as good as it had been in the past, and the decisiveness to kill in her heart was also not as good as it had been. Stop, stop. The old woman stopped the storytelling serving girl in the palace with disgust. She glanced at the book in the serving girl's hand and didn't speak for a moment. It's all preposterous words. I don't know why so many people in the marketplace like to read it. An old nanny at the side said in a fawning voice. The Empress Dowager shook her head. A moment later, she quietly said, "Children, it is normal to be a bit dissatisfied." The old nanny didn't say anything more. A complicated emotion flashed through the Empress Dowager's eyes. How could she not know why the Empress wanted her to read the story of the stone? Although she was indeed angry at Fan Xian's resentment, she was even angrier at the Empress's actions. No matter how wrong Fan Xian's mother was, Fan Xian was, after all, a descendant of the royal family. This was what the Empress Dowager valued the most. How long has Chun'er been gone? The Empress Dowager suddenly thought of her favorite granddaughter and asked the person beside her. The princess should already be in Hangzhou by now. I've also been to Jiangnan. The scenery there is not bad. It's just that those women are too presumptuous. The Empress Dowager furrowed her brows and ordered. No matter how much effort the Fan family put into preparing, it cannot compare to the things in the palace. Have someone prepare some things to send to Jiangnan. The old woman thought for a bit, and then said, "Go ask Chun'er if she is used to living by West Lake. If she doesn't like it, have her move to the temporary imperial residence on the mountain." The old nanny quickly made a sound of acknowledgement. Inside the royal study, the Qing emperor, who had just finished the imperial conference, rubbed tiredly between his brows and took a sip of warm ginseng tea. Looking at the scenery outside the window that never seemed to change, he furrowed his brows in disgust. "Hangzhou," the emperor unconsciously called out. Only after calling out did he remember that Hangzhou had already been moved to the Eastern Palace by him for half a year. He couldn't help but smile self-mockingly. "Your Majesty, what orders do you have?" The head eunuch beside him asked respectfully. The emperor shook his head and gently coughed a few times. The echo echoed through the royal study. He couldn't help but be startled. He thought that perhaps he really was getting old. Hearing the echo of his cough, he realized that he was very lonely. Go to the little building and have a look. He brushed his dragon robe, straightened his chest and walked toward the door. The eunuch behind him quickly followed. They were only in time to hear the emperor faintly sigh. "When do you have time to go to Danzhou and have a look?" This year, the Qing kingdom was no different than any other year. The palace was still lonely and dirty. Outside the palace was still bustling. The court was still arguing. The 6 ministries were still fighting. The Overwatch Council was still silent and ferocious. Old Director Chun was still enjoying the singing and dancing in Chun Garden. Minister Fan was still busy in the Ministry of Revenue. The common people were struggling to survive. Apart from surviving, they found some happy things to comfort their almost numb hearts. For example, the East family had married a girl. The West family had lost an old man. The South had not had a flood this year. And there seemed to be a war in the West. Sir Fan Jr. had not written poems. Had the Northern Chi Saint girl and the young mistress of the Fan family met? All the way down from Jingdo to Jizhou, where it was about to merge into the Great River, there was a bustling scene on both sides of the river banks. The people repairing the river banks laboriously moved sand and stone like ants. This year the Qing kingdom had been lucky. The spring floods were much smaller than expected. The abundance of the national treasury also gave the river transport governors, Yamen, a lot of confidence. Although it was heavily deducted, in the end they still gave out a lot of wages. Thus, the motivation of the people to work was much stronger. Yang Wanli's face was dark. He wore coarse clothing and stood with his brows tightly furrowed in the bamboo shed. Although the present situation was good, the autumn floods were the most terrifying thing. Furthermore, he had the heavy responsibility of supervising the movement of the silver that was secretly shipped over. Thus, the mental pressure was incomparably great. As for repairing the dikes and dividing the water, although he did not understand these things, he still put down his pride and personally carried them out. The continuous exposure to the sun finally washed away the last trace of scholarly aura from this Fan family student, turning him into a true official. On the riverbanks, a number of people came from afar. It looked like they were officials heading to a foreign place. From a distance, the group of people began to call toward the inside of the bamboo shed. Yang Wanli pulled up his lapel and wiped the sweat from his face. He gazed in that direction with confusion. Finally, he saw clearly who the people were, and couldn't help but walk out of the shed with joy. "Brother Jichang? Brother Jialin? Why are you here?" Yang Wanli went forward emotionally and grasped the people's hands. The people who had come were Ho Jichang and Cheng Jialin of Fan Xian's 4 disciples. After the spring examinations, these two had been sent out to work in other counties. Because of Fan Xian's care and their own hard work, they had advanced quickly. In just over a year, they had completed a few jumps and crossed the first big hurdle of the 7th level. However, the places where these two people were officials were far from Jizhou. So, while Yang Wanli was pleasantly surprised, he also couldn't help feeling a bit surprised. Ho Jichang did not have time to reply to his words. He only held those calloused hands and gazed at Yang Wanli's dark face. "Moved," he said. "Sir's letter only said that you had arrived at the river transport governor's yamen. I didn't think it would be so difficult." To the side, Cheng Jialin had already begun to sigh. Yang Wanli chuckled and thought of something. With a serious expression he said, "Usually, Wanli only talks about political matters. It was not until I came into contact with the matters of the people's lives that I realized how difficult it is for the people of the Qin kingdom. Teacher had Wanli come to repair the river because of his trust and cultivation. Only after experiencing this personally do I know that under teacher's seemingly unconcerned appearance, there is a heart that worries for the country and the people." The 3 of them fell silent. It was Ho Jichang who broke the silence and slowly said, "According to rumors, the reason you were able to subdue that Northern Qi Saint girl was all because of the words you said in the Northern Qi Royal Palace." Speaking of Northern Qi Saint girl Haidang, even though these 3 were all Fan Xian students, they still couldn't help but laugh up their sleeves. Yang Wanli suppressed a smile and asked, "What words?" Ho Jichang turned around and looked at the laborers on the embankment at his feet and the roaring river not far away. With a sigh, he said, "First worry about the worries of the world, then delight in the joys of the world. I was thinking, back then, we seem to have underestimated Sir. First worry about the worries of the world, then delight in the joys of the world." The 3 of them chewed on these words in their hearts. A sense of respect rose involuntarily. Teacher, although he looks tired, he actually has a pure heart. Yang Wanli thought of everything he had seen and heard these few months, the importance Fan Xian placed on the river transport, and the changes that had happened to Jiangnan because of Fan Xian's arrival. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Beside the bamboo shed on the embankment were other officials of the river transport yamen. Ho Jichang noticed that Yang Wanli kept using the word teacher, and couldn't resist coughing a few times in a low voice to remind him, "In front of outsiders, it's best to call him sir. Otherwise the court will say we have formed a clique. A gentleman has friends but not cliques. If we really want to form a clique, I am willing to be teacher's lackey." Yang Wanli smiled slightly and said with a calmness that was different from his in the past, "Everyone under heaven knows that we are the 4 disciples of Fan Xian. As long as we are working for the benefit of the people under heaven, why should we care about other people's words?" Ho Jichang was slightly startled, then he laughed loudly and said, "That's true. I'm still a bit intentional. It looks like Wanli has indeed improved a lot in this half year. Following at teacher's side is indeed beneficial for cultivating one's character." Cheng Jialin also said enviously, "We are officials outside while you are in Jiangnan. Who knew that teacher would go to Jiangnan?" Yang Wanli smiled and said, "I haven't been with teacher for many days, but that kid sure Chanli. If you go to Suzhou to see, you will know how much teacher has changed him." Speaking of this, only now did Yang Wanli remember to ask, "Where are you going?" Cheng Jialin smiled slightly and replied, "During this half year, teacher has been reorganizing the government in Jiangnan, and there have been a number of vacancies. So the Ministry of Appointments is transferring me to Suzhou." Yang Wanli nodded happily. He knew that Cheng Jialin going to Suzhou would certainly be of help to Fan Xian. "What about you?" Ho Jichang smiled and said, "I'm going to Jiaozhou to be a Dianli." Yang Wanli was startled. He thought that this kind of transfer was equivalent to being demoted. He didn't understand why Fan Xian would make such an arrangement. Ho Jichang did not explain anything. He only knew that Sir Fan Jr. had his reasons for wanting him to go to Jiaozhou. Furthermore, according to what the teacher had said in his letter, of the four of them, only he could manage to do such a sinister funeral. Worry about the world first? In the Jiangnan water village, Fan Xian lay on a bamboo chair on a large boat. Looking at the sky full of stars, he couldn't resist sighing and saying, "I came to this world to enjoy happiness, not to worry about the country and its people." On such a night, the large boat sailed along the river. It had long left Hangzhou. After spending a month by the West Lake, Fan Xian had carefully studied the medicine Fei Jia had left behind. He discovered with some annoyance that what Ku he had said was probably true. However, Fei Jia seemed to feel remorseful, and didn't say a word about Fan Xian's invitation. He didn't know where that old pervert was hiding. However, Wanner persisted in drinking the medicine, so his body gradually recovered. Fan Xian's mood was much better. His hatred toward Northern Chiku he had also decreased. As for the matter of having a child, he was not in a hurry. He wasn't even 20, so what was there to be anxious about? After all the matters in Jiangnan had been settled, he brought everyone around him onto the large boat the Navy provided, and began to travel along the Jiangnan waterways. Their destinations were without a doubt Wuzhou, Jiaozhou and Danzhou. At this time it was late at night. Wanner, the third prince, and the others had long fallen asleep. There was only Fan Xian and Lin Debao lying side by side on the quiet plank. Even the swordsmen of the 6th Bureau and the Tiger Guards, who were usually hidden in the dark, had been called down by Fan Xian. Fan Xian couldn't sleep. Debao had slept too much during the day on the boat, so he could endure a little. The two of them lay side by side, and ate the delicious pastries of Jiangnan as they talked randomly. The world had never understood why Fan Xian had such a good relationship with that idiotic brother-in-law. In reality, even Fan Xian himself could not explain it. Perhaps it was because when talking to Debao, he could obtain an unprecedented ease. He didn't need to think about anything, and didn't need to be afraid of anything. Furthermore, he didn't need to talk about politics, the world, right and wrong, black and white, good and evil, the death of others or his own death, the white jade square, or the smelly gutter. He only needed to talk about simple and pleasant things like eating. For example, the stars that dotted the night sky above the ship. The river wind blew gently, and the water rippled without stirring. The ship was anchored in the middle of a nameless lake. The reeds around it were far away, and there were no water birds chirping at night. It was quiet. The starry sky above them was lonely and distant. Fan Xian looked at the starry sky above him, and said to Debao beside him, "What do you think the stars in the sky are?" It was sesame. Debao gestured with his wide and plump palm. "The moon is a sesame cake. The stars are sesame." Little Bao said it before. Xiao Bao was the second young master of the Lin family, who had died at Uncle Wuzhu's hands. Fan Xian's heart jumped. Shortly after, he smiled slightly and pointed at the stars and the crescent moon in the sky. "I don't know if it's Xiaobing or not. I only know that the Qing Kingdom's starry sky also has a moon and those stars. Furthermore, strangely, there is also a sun during the day. It was not strange for the sun to appear in the day, and the moon and stars to appear in the night. This was common sense that even children understood." But Debao nodded his head very seriously and said, "Little Xian Xian, I also think it's very strange." Fan Xian sighed and said, "Yes, it is too strange. When I was young, I discovered that this place is still Earth." Volume 5, End of Jiangnan and Jinghua. Note: writing the end summary tomorrow, it's really tiring. I wish everyone a happy new year, even though it's a bit late. To be continued. If you want to know what happened after, please log on to www.cmfu.com. There are more chapters. Support the author and support the original reading. Chapter 412. First of all, I want to say that I am very long-winded and do not have the ability to write prose. So please be patient and read. In any case, it is a free gift, so raise your hands and salute. It has already been 10 months since I started writing from the year of the Qing dynasty. 300 days passed in the blink of an eye. It passed so quickly that other than the extra money in my account, I didn't even feel any change. But the contents of the book were changing. The Jinghua and Jiangnan volumes still stuck closely to the topic. One front and one back, the two lines intersected. Finally, the matter of Jingdou and Jiangnan was explained clearly. However, of the original 150 chapters, there were still a few more in the end. My control was indeed not perfect, but there was never anything perfect in this world, so it was not good to be so strict with myself. In the conclusion of the 4th volume, The Fog of the North Sea, I once said that the Fog of the North Sea mainly wrote about the handover. The romantic figures of the previous dynasty died, and the romantic figures of the present appeared. This volume, Jinghua and Jiangnan, was actually a process of succession. In reality, between the older generation of Shaoan, Zhuang Yimou, and Han and the younger generation, there was still the middle generation, represented by the emperor, the eldest princess, and the 4 great grandmasters. Their strength was the strongest. If Fan Xian and Haitang wanted to take over, they had to break through this tough barrier. However, this had to be a long process. Given Fan Xian and Haitang's current strength, they could only slowly wait for an opportunity. Fortunately, that middle generation was not a piece of iron. There would be big problems between them. This was the main content of the last 2 volumes. The succession in this volume was a difficult kind of work. Destruction was always easy, and construction was always difficult. In this volume, Fan Xian fought the princes in Jingdou and subdued the Ming family in Jiangnan. Although he did not succeed completely, he still achieved his desired goal. However, this process was too troublesome. After the troublesome process, Fan Xian finally truly controlled the Overwatch Council and the palace treasury. He began to emit the aura of a bastard. A friend suggested that the 5th volume was written well, but the style was a bit too gloomy. I had to admit that there was nothing I could do about it. Brilliant political battles never existed. In a society with imperial power, one could not rely on criticism and self-criticism to resolve internal conflicts. The reason why I had such a feeling, apart from the content of this scroll, was because I wasn't very good at writing such schemes. My IQ was only at the level of the average person, so when I wrote, it was natural for me to feel gloomy and sluggish. The first half of the 5th volume wasn't too bad. The battle with the eldest princess and the second prince had already been foreshadowed in the first 4 volumes, so it was easier to write. Moreover, there were some new characters that I liked, so I was happy to write it. These people included the first prince, the shadow, the woman. By the time he went down to Jiangnan in the middle, he froze. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about it. He had thought about it a long time ago, but it was written that he was unhappy. Most importantly, Fan Xian's opponent was the Ming family, that insidious, shameless, weak, and bastard Ming family. There were no good people in the Ming family. However, in this scroll, Fan Xian could not do anything to Iron Blood, which made him very unhappy. But on second thought, didn't I write it myself? Why do I have such a problem with the Ming family? If you want to criticize, you should criticize my hands on the keyboard. So here, I have to especially thank Fei Ligua. Yes, it was that Fei Ligua who appeared as a guest in many books. Around the 1st of December, around the time Fan Xian went down to Jiangnan to take in Xia Qifei, I once had a long chat with him on QQ for an entire day. We talked about the years in Jiangnan. Thank you to him for giving me many good ideas, and giving me many good ideas. He gave me serious criticism, and said that I should have some confidence in myself, and not always think that I won't write well. Once I think I can't write well, I really won't write well. And such long-winded words. I really have to thank him. I want all of those ideas. I want all of those ideas too. One by one, I want all of them. My original design is filled to the brim, so even if the style is gloomy, I'm not afraid. I believe that everyone can see the effort in this scroll. Most importantly, I had recovered my confidence. Many people said I was narcissistic. The people who loved me said this on their blogs, as if they were looking at a cute puppy. The people who hated me said this, through gritted teeth on the forums. In reality, narcissism was just a strong reaction to lack of confidence. I always thought that I could write better, so I wasn't confident. But later, I finally understood that my writing was good enough. At least, it was worth the money everyone spent on subscriptions. That was enough. I always thought that I could write better, so I wasn't confident. But later, I finally understood that my writing was good enough. At least, it was worth the money everyone spent on subscriptions. That was enough. At the same time, I had to thank those readers on QQ, who generously gave suggestions. Hua Hua, Pillow, and especially the one with the evil smile on his face, who strongly urged me to use Wang Cheng's cameo. There were also a few people whose names I had suddenly forgotten. Plum Blossom, Sarawi, I won't be listed. Thanks to all the TV. The 5th volume, Beijing Jiangnan. What I liked the most were the occasional chapters in the first half of the novel. For example, listening to the wind and rain in a small building, or an assassination in a rainy day. Although the things I wrote were very intense, they were full of spirit. Not only did I write the feeling of the picture, but I also wrote the texture. Also, the second half of the plot was interlocking, the rhythm was appropriate, and the foreshadowing could be caught. This wasn't narcissism. It was a kind of self-comparison. I had written novels for more than 6 years, but it was rare to write such solid words. This was really a kind of improvement for me. Other than the major channels, what else was important in the 5th volume? I thought it was nothing more than the women by Fan Xian's side. There was no need to mention this. I also didn't like to use the phrase, take what you want. Cece was taken, but Haidang was? I always felt that Fan Xian was taken by Haidang. Wanner would have children, Haidang wouldn't marry anyone else, and Ruorua would finish her studies and return to the country. This wasn't a promise I made, but I was willing to write it that way. Later there was something more fun. Just thinking about it made it fun. That was why the next volume was called Pleasure Before the Palace. Pleasure. That should be the meaning of the word, but it actually had 3 layers of meaning. After I finished writing it, everyone would understand. It was quite fun. However, no matter how fun it was, people would still die. In this new volume, I will definitely be able to write a good scene. I hope everyone will be satisfied. I will try my best, but there are times when I'm at my limit. Perhaps some of the chapters aren't that good. Please be understanding, I will try my best. Alright, the summary of the 5th volume ends here. Now let's talk about the past year 2007. In the past year, a few of my relatives left. It was a very difficult thing to bear. Other than that, it was tiring. I started writing the year of the celebration of the Lunar New Year, in May until today. I hadn't rested, not even for a day. Although I went to Beijing to attend the award ceremony in July, and didn't write for a few days. Those days were also very tiring. Although I didn't write for 10 days during the New Year, it was actually more tiring than writing. I'll talk about it later. Other than typing, there was more typing every day. This kind of life is really not that smooth. So I really admire those writers, who work every day for several years. I only persisted for half a year, and I can't take it anymore. When I was writing Suzaku, when I was writing crazily, I would still take a day off every week. But now even that day has been thrown away. Why do I have to make myself so tired? There were 3 reasons. First, everyone was waiting to see. Second, I could earn money. Third, I knew that I was a lazy person. As long as I rested for a day, it would become a habit. It would be hard for me to wind myself up again. That was why I didn't dare to relax. And the reason why I can persist, other than the first 2 reasons mentioned above, is naturally because I like to write. I really like to write. When I write proudly, I will really slap the table and shout good. Sigh. It seems that this proves that I'm narcissistic. Then let's not talk about it. In the past year, other than being sad and tired a few times, everything was good. Very good, very good. There is nothing more to say. So, thank you everyone. Finally, I will tell the story of this trip back to my hometown. I originally wanted to write a mid-length story, but I found that I really didn't have the energy to do so. So I just casually said a few words. In the morning of the 29th, I took a bus and a boat back to the county town. In the afternoon, it was the big family reunion. There were 40 to 50 people. My cousins and nephews who haven't seen each other for a long time drank wine and congratulated each other. Some people shed tears during the dinner, very touched. On the 30th, I accompanied my aunt for the reunion, gentle and speechless. I drank more than 10 small cups of Wuxia, very happy. On my first trip back to the mountain village, I was very grateful for the government's life-saving project. They built a guardrail on the side of the mountain road. But there was no guardrail on the winding mountain road. My cousin's driving skills were not good, and she stalled on the slope, slid backwards, panicked, changed driver, succeeded. When I arrived at the mountain village, I felt a lot of emotions. In the 90s, my mother's hometown was ordered by my family to spend a summer here. I still remember the days when I was surrounded by green trees and big rocks. I took 3 little girls to climb the trees and fight. We played 6 decks of cards and performed in the dusk to see who could sing the most songs. At that time, I was 12 or 13, and it was my first time listening to Luodayo. The girls who were a few years younger than me didn't understand, so we competed in singing nursery rhymes and folk songs. That summer, the song I sang the most was, "Today is your birthday, my motherland." It seemed to be this name. When I arrived at the mountain village that day, I went to the trees and rocks that I used to climb. I brought my brother-in-law and niece, who had never been here before. Unfortunately, I only found the big rocks, and the trees seemed to have been cut down. I wanted to go to the house where my third uncle used to live, because I used to live in that house, and I always thought that house was the most beautiful villa in the mountain village. Unexpectedly, I didn't take a few steps before I heard a dog barking. I suddenly remembered that in 1990, I was also welcomed by 2 big yellow dogs on both sides of the road. I trembled as I entered the house, so I was scared. Unexpectedly, it was a black dog that looked like Chen Shuping. My third uncle had moved to the county town. In the village, there were a few uncles, no, a lot of uncles. They were busy giving New Year greetings, reminiscing, and being moved. 4 days passed in a flash. During these 4 days, there was no internet, no computer, and my cousin's newly built house didn't move the TV over. So I didn't even watch TV. At night, I would stand on the balcony of the new house and stare at the lights on the opposite mountain ridge in a daze. The night in the mountain village was very dark, and the lights really looked like the stars in the sky. It was not a petty bourgeois, although it was really something. The main reason was that we went to the mountain ridge on the 2nd day of the new year. The mountain ridge was called Zhongxing Liangzi, and it was directly opposite our village. There was a river between the 2 mountains, and there was a stone dam on the river. It was very beautiful. The problem was that the mountain was very high. It looked very high from the mountainside, not to mention the climb up the mountain. But we still had to go there. It was because it was the place where my mother had fought and lived 30 years ago. After she graduated from the teacher's college, she was assigned to teach in the primary school on the mountain. She lived there with her sister and grandmother for more than 5 years. When my mother left the mountain, she was already 8 months pregnant with me. She went down the river to Yichang. I was always curious. How did my mother walk down the mountain with a big belly? My mother was now more than 60 years old. She told us clearly that she couldn't climb up the mountain anymore. As her children, we had to take her place and go to the primary school in the mountain village 30 years ago. Moreover, my sister was also very motivated. She had lived there until she was 5 years old, and her feelings for me were deeper than mine. On the 2nd day of the new year, my sister, brother-in-law, eldest cousin, second cousin, and little cousin went up the mountain. I held the bamboo stick that my niece had made. When we went down the mountain, we met my cousin and her husband. We chatted for a while before crossing the river and climbing to the other side of the mountain. I decided to give up. I was tired. I was so damn tired. My eyes began to sparkle. It showed how my typing job was harming my body, and how hard it was to climb that mountain. I didn't need to describe my feelings in detail. Anyway, my sisters and brothers had coaxed me and tricked me. We took 3 steps at a time, and finally reached the top. The top of the mountain was flatter than the middle of the mountain. There were fields and houses. Of course, there were people there. And there was an elementary school. The old school from 30 years ago had been demolished, but the new school was still on the mountain. We first went to the new school and took some pictures. In a noisy classroom, we found many people playing pai gow and gambling. Then we went to the old school and chatted with the residents next to the school. We found that the old school had been demolished and only a dam was left. My sister sighed and said that we used to play on this dam. It was foggy and cold at the top of the mountain. I couldn't describe it. When I went to the department store to buy water, I heard a name. It was something called Chui. I remembered it was my sister's playmate. I asked her and learned that she had married in Hubei. The most successful thing was that we found the home of one of my mother's good friends, next to the old school. The poor auntie had moved to another place. We only saw her uncle and her son. The uncle didn't remember what had happened in the past. He only remembered his mother's and father's names. He also remembered that his father was a soldier. The auntie's son lived in the Chengdu Sports Institute. She gave us her phone number. We exchanged greetings and felt touched. Then, we went down the mountain and returned to the village. I told my mother the details and her phone number. A few days later, she contacted the auntie. We planned to have a good chat later. When we returned to the village, we met her eldest cousin's son and daughter. They were very sad. My eldest cousin was the sister I had mentioned in the article. She had passed away. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Life in the village was good. My niece, brothers, and sisters had fun. I saw them playing landlord and climbing the mountain happily. It was like a pilgrimage. My sister told me that if I didn't climb up, I would regret it for the rest of my life. Now I believe it because I have climbed up. In the future, I will let my niece climb there again. My mother didn't have a good time on the mountain. However, she didn't tell me the details. Fortunately, there were many uncles who could help carry things up. She only told me that on the first day she brought her sister and grandmother to the elementary school. The wind was strong and it was raining. The three women, old and young, hugged each other. Grandmother comforted my mother. Daughter, don't be afraid. We left the village on the 4th day of Chinese New Year. On the 5th day, we went to warm up the son-in-law's house. Son-in-law was someone close to us. Now that we met across the yellow earth, we didn't feel as sad as when we first heard the news. It was more of a comfort. The younger generation was living well. After kowtowing and burning joss paper, we arranged the dishes and wine along the graveyard. We sat with the son-in-law, toasting and eating, as if we were going on an outing. When we went down the mountain, we saw those white banners. I didn't know if it was the name. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. In short, I went back to my hometown and found that the new town was very beautiful. My elders were healthy, my brothers and sisters were rich, and the younger generation was well behaved. I was very happy. All right, one last thing. On the 5th day of Chinese New Year, after drinking, we went to sing. One of the girls who had competed with me in the village was there. She had graduated from university several years ago and was working in Haitian. The well-behaved girls were picking songs, and the eldest girl was singing. I was drinking wine. When I heard the music, I almost spat it out. I looked at her dumbly. It's been 18 years, and you're still singing folk songs? Do you want to continue challenging me? To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please visit www.cmfu.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support the original reading. Chapter 413. Daoyutai, 10 years without going to the wild gull guess. White clouds come and go, green mountains remain, drinking to one's heart's content. Owing Yizhou's talent, offending Lu Ruan's drinking ban, returning Li Du's poetry debt. Sourjai laughs at me, I laugh at Sourjai. Returning in the evening, the wild apes on West Lake Mountain mourn. In 20 years, how many romantic freaks, flowers wilting and flowers blooming, gazing at the clouds, the platform for worshipping generals. Sleeves of the stars to pacify the country, breaking the Yinyue bewitching stronghold. Sourjai laughs at me, I laugh at Sourjai. Yuanzhang Kajio Hall. 2 poems of Sourjai rhymes as a note. The weather in Wuxia was hot. Perhaps the little wild flowers in the corners of the streets knew their days were numbered. so they used all the strength in their bodies to angrily carry out their final bloom. The yellow color contrasted with the gray city walls and appeared all the more eye-piercing. On the right side of the straight path next to the lake was a restaurant that had just been built in Wuxia. It was the quietest and liveliest place to go. The so-called quietness and liveliness did not actually conflict. Quietness referred to the environment, while liveliness referred to the crowd. It was just past noon. The sun in the sky gave off a piercing light. The roasting hot air floated in the city and chased all the idlers into the restaurant. Behind the restaurant was a small lake that had just been opened. The wind from the lake poured in like a large fan, produced by the palace treasury. However, it did not require manpower and could still bring a sense of coolness to the people in the restaurant. The green duckweed on the surface of the lake was very flourishing. It covered the surface of the water thickly, blocking out the sun and using its shadows to protect the fish in the water. Ever since Jingdo had an additional place called Baoiwa Brothel, all the restaurants in the world seemed to have gone crazy overnight and learned this kind of arrangement. There was a lake behind the building and a courtyard by the lake. However, the buildings, lakes, and courtyards of Wuxia actually all belonged to one person. For the people of Wuxia, this person was like the quietness of the building, the duckweed on the lake, and the cool wind passing through the people. He was everywhere, protecting everything in Wuxia. Wuxia did not have a great shang, no great clan, no great army. There was only this person. Ever since 20 years ago, after this poor man had entered officialdom, his name had become the symbol of Wuxia. As long as he was there, the days of the people of Wuxia were good. Everyone had nostalgia for their hometown. Although everyone in the world thought that Sir was the most treacherous person in all of history, for Wuxia, Sir was Wuxia. Even in officialdom, people often abandoned the taboo name and directly called Sir Lin Wuxia. Yes, the person we are talking about right now is the last Prime Minister of the Qing Kingdom, the former Prime Minister, who now lives in retirement in Wuxia, Lin Ruofu. Ever since Lin Ruofu had resigned and returned home, given his identity, he rarely came out to meet with the people of Wuxia. Even the Zhizhou, who was as respectful as a grandson, and the governor, who carried out the etiquette of a disciple, did not have many opportunities to see his appearance. But his influence on Wuxia City was still unparalleled. Putting aside influence, at least half of the businesses in Wuxia City were surnamed Lin. Wuxia City flourished because of his greed for the world. Thus, no matter what, the people of Wuxia would not say a single bad word about Lin Ruofu, even those hot-blooded students. But the same could not be said for others. I will cry out for this injustice for the Ming family. In the restaurant, a man of about 30 said angrily. His brows were full of anger. No one knew what he did, but the sharpness in his words could not be hidden. Could it be that after forcing a life to die, the court will just find some salary and let it go? The influence of the Jiangnan matter was too great. It also affected the Wuxia region of Jiangbei. In the present world, there was much discussion about the Jiangnan matter. After all, Qing Kingdom was not a sealed-off country that strictly restricted speech, and the 8th Bureau of the Overwatch Council did not have the ability to supervise all the places outside of Jingdo. Thus, when people discussed, they were very bold. Because of the old Ming matriarch's abnormal death, the reputation of the imperial envoy patrolling Jiangnan Road, Fan Xian, had taken a great hit. After a series of actions, the Ming family was already in a precarious position, further proving Fan Xian's ruthlessness. The people of this world often sympathized with the weak, so in the discussion, there was some disdain for the government. However, ever since Fan Xian had stepped onto the stage, he had been too dazzling. Even the darkness of the Overwatch Council could not take away his brilliance. Thus, not everyone was crying out for the Ming family's injustice. Those young students, who had gotten the news from somewhere, once again leaned closer to the side of the leader of the scholars, Sir Fan Jr. When all was said and done, not many people believed that Sir Fan Jr., who had a belly full of poetry, would covet the Ming family's silver. The Ming family? What injustice! A young man in his early 20s laughed mockingly and said, "He is nothing more than a bandit who colludes with pirates to kill people and steal goods." For Sir Fan Jr. to deal with them is the fortune of the court and the fortune of the people. Only an idiot like you would do such a foolish thing. The middle-aged man's anger flared. He slapped the table and said, "Where did these pirates come from? Don't try to slander me. I am from Suzhou. The old Ming matriarch is merciful. She is already dead. How could she allow a child like you to carelessly frame her?" The young man who had argued with him earlier was a scholar from Wuxia. Hearing the middle-aged man announce his background, only now did he know that he was a traveler from Suzhou. He couldn't help but laugh coldly. Waving his fan, he said, "This matter has long spread throughout the scholar community. The Ming family, do you really think they are so clean?" On the other hand, Sir Fan Jr. "Dare I ask, do you know what kind of shameful thing Sir Fan Jr. has done?" The Suzhou merchant paused and thought about it carefully. He realized that Sir Fan had been working for the court in Jingdo these few years. If one were to say that he had done something evil, there was indeed no way of saying it. The Wuxia scholar smiled slightly and said, "Can't think of it, right? Sir Fan Jr. is a gifted talent and has maintained his integrity. He uncovered the scandal in the spring examinations and went to Northern Qi to spread the might of the country. How could such a person compete with you, a stinky merchant for profit? That Ming family, if they hadn't done too many things in secret that angered both men and gods, how could they have provoked Sir Fan Jr. to act?" These words were actually a bit of sophistry, but it also made it impossible for the Suzhou merchant to refute. He could only hatefully say, "The Ming family colluded with pirates? Even the Jiangnan people don't know. Yet you Wuxia people know. Where are the pirates? How come the court hasn't caught them? If there really is a problem with the Ming family, the court should openly investigate the case. How can they use force to force people?" The two sides quarreled more and more fiercely. Their voices gradually grew louder, and their anger grew. Although the merchant had not run out of excuses, his face was already red. He stood up, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to fight. Fortunately, someone came up to stop him from the side, so the weak scholar did not lose out. However, no one noticed that during the process of stopping the fight, a few black feet seemed to have kicked the Suzhou merchant a few times, making him cry out repeatedly. Looking at this scene, the people in the restaurant were slightly surprised, particularly the travelers passing by Wuxia. They were arguing about Sir Fan Jr.'s matter. But why did it seem like the Suzhou merchant had offended all of the people of Wuxia? After watching for a while, these travelers felt their hearts grow colder. Even the waiter had gone up to kick him. Finally, someone could watch no longer. A delicate cry came from a table in the corner. "All of you stop!" The owner of the voice was a woman. She was dressed in tight, light yellow clothing that wrapped around her curvaceous body. At her waist was a long sword. It looked like she was a Jianghu figure. Her appearance was very delicate. When the people at her table heard this shout, they all cursed inwardly, thinking that their junior sister was going to cause trouble again. They looked at the master behind the table with some fear and wanted to call the woman back, but they didn't expect that the woman would be so fast and had already walked to the center of the building. The master of the group at the table had a calm expression. He was almost middle-aged. His energy was restrained all over his body, making it difficult to see how deep he was. He only shook his head with a slight headache. It seemed that he had no way of dealing with this girl. The few people who were in the middle of fighting saw a meddlesome person and dispersed, leaving the pitiful Suzhou merchant in the middle. After all, this woman had a sword by her side. Normal commoners would not want to provoke her. "Why are you hitting him?" The woman furrowed her brows and asked with a shout. The Wuxia people in the restaurant smiled and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. It was the scholar from earlier who smiled coldly and said, "Insulting an official of the court in public. Even if the officials are magnanimous, are we not allowed to hit him?" "Insulting an official of the court?" The young woman furrowed her brows in disgust and said, "What is so great about Fan Xian?" There was a clamor in the restaurant. Even if the Suzhou merchant had been disrespectful toward Fan Xian, hearing this woman shamelessly look down on Fan Xian, he couldn't help but be surprised. Who was Fan Xian? In this world, which young man could be more famous than him? How could this girl dare to speak like this? The The Wuzhou scholar smiled coldly and said, Sir Fan Jr. is indeed not that great. However, it is difficult to find someone more extraordinary than him in this world. The beautiful woman furrowed her brows, as if she felt that bullying these people was not much of an ability. She asked, What does this have to do with you? The Wuzhou scholar laughed slightly and said, You don't understand? Sir Fan Jr. is the son-in-law of Wuzhou. This person dares to say bad things about our son-in-law in a Wuzhou restaurant. Don't you think he's asking for a beating? The son-in-law of Wuzhou, Fan Xian, had married Lin Ruofu's daughter. Naturally, he had established a close and exceptionally strange relationship with Wuzhou, a place he had never been to before. After Prime Minister Lin had abdicated, Wuzhou had no one to speak for in Jingdou. The people were not many and somewhat angry. However, Fan Xian, the son-in-law, was so domineering. The people of Wuzhou also felt honored. How could they allow foreign travelers to talk about Fan Xian so wantonly? The beating the Suzhou merchant received was truly an unexpected calamity. Who told him to forget Sir Fan Jr.'s relationship with Wuzhou? The beautiful woman seemed to hate hearing Fan Xian's name. The corners of her lips twitched slightly, revealing a glimmer of mockery. So what? I don't see him being presumptuous in Northern Qi. So, he is just relying on his father-in-law's prestige and hiding in Wuzhou like a turtle. So, the people at this table were Northern Qi people. Although the Qing Kingdom and Northern Qi had long restored diplomatic relations, the two countries were connected through marriage, and with the matter of Ku He taking a disciple, they were after all old enemies of decades. The hatred between the people of the two countries had not decreased much. At this moment, when they heard the woman reveal her identity, everyone in the building revealed expressions of alarm and fear. Even the Suzhou merchant who had been beaten felt unlucky and spat on the floor. Without saying a word of thanks to his benefactor, he turned around and went downstairs. The beautiful woman was of noble birth, and her teacher was a leading existence in the world. Since childhood, she had never received so many supercilious looks. Her mood immediately became terrible. It was at this moment that the Wuzhou scholar cursed angrily. If Sir Fan Jr. is a turtle, then what is your Northern Qi saint girl? The restaurant immediately quieted down. It was so quiet that even the movement of the hair next to the beautiful woman's angry face could be heard. The Northern Qi woman's expression became cold. A glimmer of coldness flashed through her eyes. It was as if she had been truly angered by these words. Her finger slowly pressed against the hilt of the sword at her waist. A wave of sword intent forced out, and immediately froze the cool breeze in the restaurant where it was. Such a mysterious realm, how could a normal person stand against it? The Wuzhou scholar only felt his legs weaken. With a face full of shock, he was about to kneel to the ground. At the table, the teacher of the Northern Qi woman, a middle-aged man with a solemn expression, shook his head in disapproval and said, Don't hurt people. The Northern Qi woman hatefully let go of the hilt of her sword, but her expression flickered. She struck out with her palm. At this moment, a gray shadow flashed and blocked in front of the Wuzhou scholar. The middle-aged man at the table furrowed his brows. The beautiful woman had struck out with her palm long ago, and could not pull it back. It crashed forcefully into a hard object. She gave a muffled grunt, and felt a powerful force coming from the other person's body. She was not a match at all. Her chest felt heavy, and she was shaken back a number of steps. The newcomer was dressed in gray. One hand steadily blocked in front of his body. Between his thumb and index finger was a long knife. The tip of the knife was resting on the floor. He had used this knife to block the beautiful woman's faintly discernible palm. The beautiful woman looked at the strange knife in the gray-clothed man's hand, and his expressionless face. She huffed coldly. She knew she was not a match for him, but she was not very afraid. Her teacher and fellow disciples were all sitting at the table behind her. In the entire Qing kingdom, as long as Yi Luyan did not come, who could do anything to her? However, she was not willing to take the loss of this palm. Gritting her teeth, she flipped her wrist and pulled out the thin sword at her waist. The sword flashed, and she prepared to attack. Come back. The middle-aged man at the table behind her spoke slowly. Although his voice was light, It had an authority that could not be resisted. The girl angrily stamped her feet and retreated to the side of the table. Unwillingly, she said, "Teacher, let me fight again. I don't believe I can't beat him." The middle-aged man smiled slightly and said, "Last year in Shangjing, even your brother, Pu Zhucheng, lost to this man. How can you be a match for him?" The girl paused and turned her head to look. She saw the ace who had appeared out of nowhere bow to her teacher. "Sir Lang Tiao, long time no see. Brother Gao, long time no see. What a coincidence today." The middle-aged man at the table was the first disciple of the Northern Qi imperial advisor Ku He, the foremost ace in the palace, and Haiding Duod was brother disciple, Sir Lang Tiao, the gray-clothed man who had saved the Wuzhou scholar's life earlier, and held a long knife was Fan Xian's personal Tiger Guard leader. Gao de coincidence? The two sides had suddenly met in Wuzhou. It was not something that could be explained with the word coincidence. Lang Tiao gazed at Gao Da and smiled slightly. "He still won't see me?" Gao Da's expression did not change. He respectfully replied, "The journey has been tiring. The mistress is resting quietly. The young master does not have time." The girl watched curiously as her teacher spoke to this person. Only now did she know that her teacher knew this person. However, she had always been cultivating in the mountains, and did not know what had happened in northern Qi. Thus, she had not guessed Gao Da's identity. Even this trip to Jiangnan was her own decision. She had no idea of her teacher's true plan. Lang Tiao slowly lowered his head. His two fingers gently gripped the wine cup. In a quiet voice he said, "Please help me bring a message. This matter cannot be dragged on like this. We northern Qi people have our own pride." After saying this, Lang Tiao rose and prepared to lead his group of disciples out of the building. At this moment, a bamboo curtain by the side of the building moved slightly. A handsome and delicate young man slowly walked out from behind the curtain. This young man's appearance was very elegant. His lips were thin and slightly pursed. There was a harmless smile on his face. However, there was a glimmer of a heart-chilling meaning in this smile. Lang Tiao stopped his leaving steps and looked meaningfully at the newcomer. This young man only nodded his head slightly in greeting before turning his face away. With a not-quite-there smile, he gazed at the noisy girl and said, "This is within Qing Kingdom territory. Do you think you can just leave after committing murder on the street?" Lang Tiao was slightly startled. He didn't know why someone of his status would make things difficult for his female disciple. He was about to say something when he saw the young man firmly wave his hand to stop him. Lang Tiao helplessly shook his head. The northern court relied on this young man for too many things, so he could only let him play. The northern Qi girl didn't know who he was, and thought he was another pedantic scholar, who only knew how to provoke people with words. She smiled coldly and said, "My name is Wei Yingning. What advice do you have for me?" "Wei Yingning." The young man looked at this elegant girl. His eyes lit up, connecting the information he had received recently, as well as Lang Tiao's purpose in coming south. He immediately understood why this girl was so angry earlier. He turned to Lang Tiao and asked, "Your disciple?" Lang Tiao smiled and nodded. The young man scratched his head. "She is Wei Hua's sister?" Lang Tiao nodded again and found it funny. He prepared to see how this young man would handle this matter. No one expected that the young man only made an "oh" sound and didn't ask anything else. He turned to face the girl called Wei Yingning and said in a quiet and warm voice, "Seeing that there are no bad consequences, leave the sword behind, and I'll let you off this time." Leave the sword behind? Wei Yingning was furious. Tianyi Dao placed great importance on the inheritance of one's teacher. The sword at her waist was given to her by her teacher. As the saying goes, if the sword exists, the person exists. If the sword dies, the person dies. How could she just leave it behind? She smiled coldly and said, "Who are you? How can you speak so arrogantly?" A glimmer of anger finally appeared between Lang Tiao's brows. It was as if he had not expected this young man to be so ungrateful. The young man gazed at Wei Yingning and smiled slightly. "Putting aside who I am, I know who you are. You are Wei Hua's sister. And I call your old father brother at the table. You can be considered my junior. What's wrong with me disciplining you?" He then turned to look at Lang Tiao and smiled coldly. "Is it very interesting to use such a shameless method to force me to appear?" Lang Tiao gave a bitter laugh and sat back down. The disciples in his group saw that their disciple's sister was being humiliated while their teacher, who enjoyed great prestige in northern Qi, did not care. They couldn't help but feel shocked. Wei Yingning listened to his words and did not believe it at all. Her father was Marquis Chongning, the brother of the northern Qi Empress Dowager. How could he call this beautiful young man, who was like a woman, brother? Her lips trembled slightly in anger. Pointing her sword forward, she shouted, "Don't speak nonsense." The young man looked at her disapprovingly. He thought to himself that such a violent and bad temper was not like Wei Hua, that little thief. Rather, it was very much like Marquis Chongning, that old drunkard. Putting aside his relationship with her family, just the trouble that the old northern Qi whore had caused for him was enough for him to teach her a good lesson today. He waved his hand and moved like lightning. The tip of his finger gently touched the web between Wei Yingning's thumb and index finger. Gently and skillfully, he snatched the sword away. This move was as fast as lightning. More importantly, there was no warning. The movement was very minute. What a beautiful little trick. Wei Yingning stared blankly at this scene, as if she had seen a ghost. She was so frightened that she opened her mouth wide, unable to speak. The young man slowly stroked the surface of the sword and said in admiration, "It is indeed a good sword. Wei Hua, that brat, has taken all the money I gave him and put it into his own manor. Yet he still has the nerve to steal my wife." Wei Yingning's chest tightened. She realized that she was truly stupid. It was only now that she recognized the other person's identity. Her brother was the commander of the Northern Qi Brocade Guard. He was a person feared by everyone. In this entire world, other than the emperor, probably only that person dared to speak so disdainfully. The young man gently flicked the back of the sword. Looking at her with furrowed brows, he said, "My sister is your disciple aunt. My fiancé is your aunt master. No matter how you look at it, you are my junior. Is there a problem with me teaching you a lesson?" Tianyi Dao was indeed particular about this. Wei Yingning had nothing to say. She only thought of the despicable young man in front of her taking liberties with Duo and humiliating her Wei manor. Her face flushed red with anger. "Correct, I am the son-in-law of Wuzhou," Fan Xian said with a slight smile. Fan Xian smiled slightly and said, "I know why you have come, but give up. Tell Wei Hua to also give up. More accurately, tell your Empress Dowager to give up. In a few days, in the end, you will also have to call me son-in-law." After saying this, he crumpled the sword in his hand into a ball of scrap metal and threw it back. The state of the first part of the paper is a bit bad, because I wrote the summary too happily. I wrote a 5,000-word summary. It's useless now. If you want to see the summary, please look at the previous chapter. I wrote it very happily. It's free. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please go to www.cmfu.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 414. It was said that Fan Xian and his group had long left Hangzhou and had been in Wuzhou for almost half a month. However, other than reporting this matter to the emperor, it was not revealed, so the people of Wuzhou did not know of this matter. However, there were no absolute secrets in this world, particularly something like returning home to visit relatives. It was impossible to hide it from everyone. Thus, it was not difficult to imagine that the head disciple of the Northern Qi imperial advisor, the foremost ace in the palace, Sir Lang Tiao, knew of Fan Xian's whereabouts. Lang Tiao's trip to the south touched upon an unusually interesting problem. Starting from the spring of the 6th year of the Qing calendar, the Northern Qi Saint girl Haitang Duo came to Jiangnan alone and met with Fan Xian. The story of these few months had long spread throughout the north and south of the Yangtze River. Under Fan Xian's purposeful arrangements and the spread of rumors, everyone believed that there was an indescribable, ambiguous, and warm relationship between the imperial envoy of the Qing court and the Northern Qi Saint girl Haitang. Just like how Fan Xian and Haitang were worried about on that bed and under that large blanket, such a romantic story between a man and a woman tugged at the hearts of too many people. The Qing kingdom had yet to react, but Northern Qi could not hold it in. Haitang was Ku He's favorite disciple, the disciple aunt closest to the Northern Qi Emperor, and the Northern Qi Empress Dowager's favorite junior. Such an outstanding woman, such a Tianmai being responsible for raising the spirits of the Northern Qi people and raising the morale of the entire country, was rumored to be marrying into the Qing kingdom. This reality made the Northern Qi people angry, and also made the Northern Qi royal family anxious. Furthermore, those in high positions knew of Fan Xian's position in the Qing kingdom. They also knew of the dishonorable role Fan Xian had played in that matter. The Northern Qi emperor greatly admired Fan Xian. He was at the very least a fan of the story of the stone. Although the Empress Dowager was young, her personality was stubborn. She would not allow this matter to happen. On the issue of Shenzhong, Shang Shanhu, and the issue of the provost of the brocade guard, the young emperor of Northern Qi had successfully forced his mother to make concessions. However, on this matter of marriage and face, the Northern Qi Empress Dowager's words were still very powerful. It was impossible for the young emperor of Northern Qi to forcefully hold on. Furthermore, in that deep abyss of thought, the Northern Qi emperor did not necessarily want Haitang to marry into the Fan manor. First, it was the problem of the several million taels of silver. Second, it was the problem of the young emperor's mind. Therefore, the little emperor remained silent on this issue, and the one in charge was the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager's opinion was very simple. How could a proper saintess of a country be dragged into those filthy rumors and unable to extricate herself? How could her most beloved duo be married to that scoundrel Fan Xian without any status? Thus, she had sent out a group of people, led by Lang Tiao, to invite Haitang back to Northern Qi. At the same time, she had arranged a seemingly well-matched marriage for Haitang. In any case, no matter what, he could not let Haitang marry Fan Xian. This was the thought of all of Northern Qi. Concerning Haitang's marriage, the Empress Dowager had arranged it to the son of Marquis Ning, her own nephew, Sir Wei Hua, the head of the brocade guard. The two of them were close in age. Wei Hua was indeed a capable official with a high status. He was indeed a good match. However, Wei Hua was not an idiot. First, he did not want to marry a woman more powerful than him into the family. Second, he did not want to offend Fan Xian on this issue. Everyone knew that Fan Xian had inherited one of Chen Pingping's quirks. It was to absolutely shield and hold grudges. Stealing someone's wife. What kind of grudge was that? Each time Wei Hua thought of what Fan Xian had done in Northern Qi, even though he was surrounded by brocade guards, his heart still felt cold. Regardless of whether or not Wei Hua wanted to marry, he did not have the courage to disobey the Empress Dowager's edict. He could only use the brocade guard's secret letter to send to the Overwatch Council in the south to explain the matter to Fan Xian. At the same time, he reminded Fan Xian of this matter and rushed to remove himself from it. However, the people heading south still came. There was the stubborn Lang Tiao, as well as Lang Tiao's female disciple, Wei Hua's sister Wei Yingning. Wei Yingning liked Haitang, just like all the women in Northern Qi. She had always thought that the commissioner of the Overwatch Council in the south had used some shameful trick to keep Haitang in Suzhou. When she found out that the Empress Dowager had ordered Haitang to become her sister-in-law, she was the happiest person. Thus, after coming to Qing Kingdom, she became the angriest person. Looking at it from another angle, the things Fan Xian had done and said were an intolerable humiliation to Haitang's future husband's family, the Chongmingho manor. That was why Wei Yingning was so impulsive. She was impulsive, but that did not mean her teacher, Lang Tiao, would also be impulsive. Lang Tiao was Ku He's first disciple, and one of the most powerful figures in the world. Of course, he knew why the Empress Dowager had sent them on a diplomatic mission to the South Kingdom. After passing Wudu, they headed south but stopped in Wuzhou. They did not go straight to Suzhou to bring Haitang back home. Whether or not Haitang returned was not only Haitang's business, it was also the business of the young man in front of him. Lang Tiao looked at Fan Xian's delicate and peerless face and couldn't resist letting out a sigh. If they went to Suzhou to bring Haitang back home, regardless of whether she was willing or not, Without Fan Xian's permission, a grudge would certainly be formed. Everyone under heaven knew that Sir Fan Jr. of the South Kingdom and Northern Qi's Saint Girl Haitang were a match made in heaven. Even someone as proud as Lang Tiao did not dare to provoke Fan Xian too much on this issue. Without Fan Xian's permission, they wanted to bring Haitang back to Northern Qi. They were also afraid that they would face the pursuit of the Qing army. Thus, he had them stay in Wuzhou. He wanted to meet with Fan Xian and report this matter. However, Fan Xian clearly knew that these people were in Wuzhou, yet he continued to avoid them. This was normal. If he knew that his wife's paternal family had sent people to marry his wife to someone else, who would have the time to pay attention to it in Northern Qi, it was already good that he did not send an army to wipe them out. This was the background and prelude to the series of conflicts in the restaurant. The Northern Qi people in the restaurant heard Fan Xian's frivolous words, particularly the son-in-law, and couldn't help but feel angry. They thought that the Qing people were indeed shameless. Even someone as talented as Fan Xian could not be free from vulgarity. Every time he did things, he acted in a lowly manner. How could he talk about the matters between a man and a woman without the orders of his parents and the words of a matchmaker? Lang Tiao was someone who understood Fan Xian. He laughed bitterly and said, "You know this matter is impossible. Why are you so stubborn?" Fan Xian rubbed his nose, as if he had smelled something unpleasant. He smiled coldly and said, "Eldest brother, I don't know what matter you're talking about." Lang Tiao was Haitang's eldest brother disciple. Because of this, Fan Xian's tone was rather respectful. However, when these words fell into Wei Yingning's ears, she couldn't help but feel irritated. She really was his niece. Lang Tiao thought for a bit and smiled. Clapping his hands, he had his disciples leave the restaurant. Fan Xian also smiled. Lifting the front of his robe, he naturally sat directly across from him. An Overwatch Council subordinate had long since brought them tea. The two of them sat across from each other at the table and faced each other without words. A moment later, Lang Tiao warmly said, "Even if you keep avoiding me, I will eventually have to go to Suzhou." Fan Xian nodded and smiled slightly. The scenery in Suzhou is not bad. Duo and I often go shopping. We both like it. Lang Tiao's gaze narrowed slightly, and he changed the topic. "There are many things that you can't do as you please." Fan Xian avoided the question and straightforwardly said, "Speaking of which, in my life, there is nothing I can't do if I want to do it." Lang Tiao's brows furrowed. He didn't know what to do with the scoundrel in front of him. He could guess some of Haitang's thoughts, so he increasingly felt that the mission the Empress Dowager had given him was troublesome. Fan Xian glanced at him and smiled lightly. "The Northern Qi Empress Dowager wants you to go to Suzhou, so you should go. As for whether or not you can take her away, what does that have to do with you?" Lang Tiao listened to these words and thought for a moment. Then he smiled. There was a glimmer of profound meaning in his smile. "You're so confident because you're certain that Duo won't return with me?" Fan Xian was silent and didn't say anything. In this matter, Haitang's will held the most important position. No one could change anything. Regardless of whether it was Northern Qi or himself, they were all vainly trying to influence her choice. Lang Tiao warmly said, "Perhaps you're wrong on one point. I came to Wuzhou to see you not because I need you to help me persuade her. I just want you to know that we're preparing to take her back. This is a matter of etiquette, not asking for your approval." Fan Xian gritted his teeth slightly and said in a cold voice, "Isn't her problem also my problem? I'm afraid that's not what she thinks." Lang Tiao smiled slightly and gazed at him. "I'm the eldest disciple who watched her grow up. Although you're on good terms with her now, I'm afraid I'm still a bit more aware of what she truly thinks. She is a proud person. Think about it, will she always stay in Suzhou?" Fan Xian was silent again. He knew what Lang Tiao said was correct. Duo looked like a village girl, and did things gently. But deep in her bones, she had developed a powerful confidence and pride because of her powerful abilities. It was indeed difficult to have such a woman wait for him in Suzhou. Most importantly, Fan Xian asked himself, up until now, he could not promise her anything. This was a love story, a story of a stallion. In reality, this was a story between people. It was somewhat sad and somewhat helpless. She is a person of northern Qi. Lang Tiao stared into Fan Xian's eyes and quietly said, "This is not a concept forced on her by anyone. It is an understanding formed since her youth. When her own path conflicts with the interests of the court and the people, you should be able to guess what she will choose." Fan Xian suddenly opened his mouth and furrowed his brows. "When have you ever respected her opinion?" "That's not right," Lang Tiao straightforwardly refuted. "It's just that you've always influenced her opinion." Fan Xian was slightly angry. He slapped the table and said, "You people are also unreasonable." Lang Tiao looked at him and didn't say anything. After a long time, he finally broke the silence and smiled coldly. "What can you give my sister disciple? I don't care what the Empress Dowager thinks or what teacher thinks. If you can marry her, I will stand on your side." His words were powerful and resonant, and no one dared to doubt his words. Fan Xian replied, "I have worked so hard to create this situation for the sake of marrying her in the future." Lang Tiao gave a not quite there smile and said, "How are you going to marry her? Divorce your current wife." This was Wuzhou, Lin Ruofu's home. Fan Xian was Wuzhou's son-in-law, Wan Er's home. Regardless of whether it was Lin Wan Er or Haitang, they could not be someone's concubine. Regarding this problem, Fan Xian himself had no solution. A long time ago, he had once ridiculed the eldest princess and thought that her vision was limited because she had a butt. Only now did he sadly discover that he also had his own limitations. He was not as good as Yi Qingmei, not as good as his mother. He was sitting on his butt in this world, but he temporarily had no way to break through the world's resistance. Looking at Fan Xian's expression, Lang Tiao smiled faintly. "Coming to Wuzhou is just out of courtesy to let you know. After all, in the Qing kingdom, you are the closest to us. It is not good to hide these things from you. To tell you the truth, if we go to Suzhou, Duo will certainly come with us." Fan Xian was silent, thinking of Duoduo's nature and nature. He knew that Lang Tiao's words were correct. Duo was too smart, so she was too stupid, too merciful, and so she was too cruel to herself. "You should go to Suzhou." Fan Xian didn't know if he had thought through something or not as he spoke with a slight smile. At this moment, it was Lang Tiao who froze. Fan Xian warmly said, "I've thought it through. It's never good to be too selfish in this matter. It's also not good to have her bear the pressure of a country. If she wants to go back, then go back. It's like returning to her maternal home." Lang Tiao sensed a trace of uncertainty in his words. Fan Xian continued to smile. "So what if I go back to northern Qi? You know your junior marshal sister. How could she marry Wei Hua? Your family's Empress Dowager's thinking is too simple." Lang Tiao grunted. Fan Xian closed his eyes slightly. A mocking smile rose to the corners of his lips. "Even if you asked Imperial Advisor Ku He to come out and Haitang was forced to marry. But what? But in this world, who would dare to marry her?" Fan Xian stared into Lang Tiao's eyes and said the most arrogant thing he had said since his rebirth. Mockingly and coldly he slowly said, "Everyone under heaven knows she is my woman. Who dares to offend me and marry her? Does Wei Hua have the guts?" There was a death-like silence in the restaurant. A gentle breeze blew in from outside the restaurant, blowing at the sweat on the two of them. Lang Tiao was silent for a moment. He sensed the intention to destroy indiscriminately in Fan Xian's words, and couldn't resist laughing. "I really don't understand you. Why must you make this matter so terrifying?" Fan Xian shook his head and said, "There are many things that you see as small, but in my eyes, they are very big." Lang Tiao was silent again. After a long time he forced a smile and said, "What a naughty joke." It was indeed a naughty joke. The two of them had not been talking about anything else. It had only involved the matter of that woman. Lang Tiao looked at Fan Xian's calm eyes and smiled lightly. "To discuss such a matter in Wuzhou, are you not afraid that Prime Minister Lin will feel uncomfortable, and that the princess will not be happy?" The reason why Lang Tiao dared to use words to block him earlier was because he was relying on this point. He was certain that Fan Xian would not dare to confidently say certain things. Fan Xian was slightly startled and ignored him. He only smiled coldly and said, "We've already met today. Why aren't you going to Suzhou? Do you want me to go with you? Lang Qiao also ignored these words. Suddenly his mind wandered. Warmly he asked, "There is something I want to ask. Last year in front of the stone wall in Shi Mountain, was that black-clothed man yours?" These words had come too suddenly, so Fan Xian was unable to react. However, the training he had received from a young age was very solid. Astonishment appeared on his face and he replied, "What black-clothed man?" As for the matters of Shi Mountain, Shao'an, and the temple, Fan Xian had long come clean to Haitang. From Haitang's mouth, he knew that Imperial Advisor Ku He had long discovered the problem. However, this kind of thing could not be admitted even if he was beaten to death. He would hold on for as long as he could. Fan Xian trusted Haitang. She would certainly not betray him on such an important matter. As expected, Lang Qiao did not ask further. He only quietly said, "Since it is so, then we won't talk about it anymore. I'm going to Suzhou. You're in Wuzhou. I can only hope that there won't be any problems in the future." There would definitely be problems. Fan Xian was calm. In a quiet voice he said, "There will be problems. If you dare to disregard her wishes, no matter who, even if your teacher appears, if you force her to marry, believe me, truly please believe me." Very gentle words, but Lang Qiao's heart was slightly cold. Having already reached the upper 9th level, he had long seen that although Fan Xian had advanced unusually during this half a year, he was still not as experienced and ruthless as himself. Hearing these warm and gentle words, he still couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. "Believe you about what?" Fan Xian smiled slightly. "If you dare to force my second wife to marry, I will certainly think of a way to destroy Northern Qi." Lang Qiao was silent. Regardless of whether or not Fan Xian's threat could be carried out, given his relationship with Northern Qi, if such an important figure valiantly threw himself into the Qing Kingdom's Iron Blood faction, it would still be a loss no one could bear. "Believe me," Lang Qiao also said warmly, "I will not let my sister disciple marry someone she doesn't want to marry." Fan Xian thought for a bit and smiled. Extending his hand, he shook Lang Qiao's wide and strong hand. "This is a man's promise." A glimmer of a smile suddenly flashed through Lang Qiao's eyes. "Perhaps it's not just a man's." Fan Xian was slightly startled and ignored him. He only said, "To answer your earlier question, regarding the matter of Duo, I am only following my father-in-law's wishes. Regardless of whether or not I can marry her, at the very least, I cannot let someone else marry her." Fan Xian's father-in-law was Lin Ruofu, Lin Wuner's father. Who would have thought that this old man would set down such a rule for Fan Xian? Probably no one would have thought of this. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 415. Lang Qiao paused. He had thought that no matter how shameless and lowly Fan Xian was in choosing Wuzhou to negotiate, he would have to consider the Lin family's face. Who would have thought that the previous prime minister of the Qing kingdom would be as shameless as his son-in-law? Furthermore, his skin was thick to such an extent. Was there still law? Was there still justice? This is a question of morality. Lang Qiao stood up and said to himself in his heart. He didn't want to say anything more about Fan Xian. He raised his hands in a salute and took his leave. The restaurant returned to its usual calm. Fan Xian let out a breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead before sitting back down at the table. He did not feel very nervous. As for the people from Northern Qi, they would not make him feel troubled. In any case, he understood Haitang. That woman's temper was something even he could not grasp. Even if they temporarily left Suzhou, there would always be a day when they would meet again. As the saying goes, although the Jianghu was far away, there would always be a time when saliva would flow. What truly made Fan Xian nervous and uneasy were the contents of Lang Qiao's silent curses earlier. This was after all Wuzhou, Prime Minister Lin's hometown. What would Wanner think if he discussed the problem of him and another woman with guests from far away? Where would Prime Minister Lin put his face? How would he explain it to his family? That was why he had been avoiding Lang Tiao. Part of the reason was because of this consideration. He had come today because Lin Ruofu had very openly and honestly had a conversation with him. It was because of this that he had enough skin and shamelessness to discuss these things with Lang Tiao. The Northern Qi people took the broken sword that had been twisted into a dough and boarded the carriage heading south. As for what would happen in Suzhou, Fan Xian no longer wanted to care. He didn't have the ability to care. He could only wait for Deng Ziyu and the others to send back some news. He stood by the railing of the restaurant and looked at the figures of the people. He stared at the young lady of the Wei family, who was still seething with anger. A bitter smile rose involuntarily to the corners of his lips. He couldn't convince Haitang, and Lang Tiao couldn't either. However, he wasn't sure whether or not he would appear. Duo was a noble person who was willing to control her own life. This was a very special point. Shortly after, he thought about the matter of returning to Wuzhou, and couldn't help but feel a glimmer of guilt in his heart. Naturally, it was toward Wanner. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of a good way to handle it. Only then did he gradually feel Zhang Wuji's pain and happiness in the past. However, he knew that he was not as hypocritical as Zhang Wuji, but he was even more shameless. He shook his head and opened the front of his robe, letting the wind outside the restaurant enter his clothes and cool his mind. Then, he followed the footsteps of the guests downstairs. Although he had not come to Wuzhou with great fanfare, after staying in the Lin family's manor for so many days, the news had long spread outside. The Wuzhou Zhizhou had long prepared generous gifts to visit, and the common people in the marketplace had guessed that the son-in-law was on vacation in Wuzhou. When Fan Xian's carriage traveled down the street, no one came to disturb him. Not a single citizen would expose this matter. The people of Wuzhou only saw the carriage and bowed slightly, silently saluting. This kind of respect, which carried a glimmer of distance, but also came from the heart, made Fan Xian very happy. From this matter, he could clearly see just what kind of position and reputation his father-in-law had in Wuzhou. However, he had not thought of one thing. The Wuzhou people's respect for him was not only because of old Prime Minister Lin, but also because of Sir Fan Jr.'s own reputation. The Wuzhou people were very proud of this son-in-law. When the carriage returned to the terrifyingly large manor of the Lin Manor, Fan Xian quickly rode to the back hall. The first thing the old man, who was playing with the emerald snuff in his hand, said was, "Those who do great things need to be thick-skinned and black-hearted." Fan Xian was silent. He found a chair and sat down. In a quiet voice he refuted, "This has nothing to do with those things." The old man playing with the snuff was Prime Minister Lin Ruofu, who had returned to his hometown to retire. In a year's time, this once second-to-none major figure in Qing Kingdom had become like a kind old man in the countryside. His hair was combed softly, and he wore a comfortable unlined garment. On his feet was a pair of half-shoes without heels. However, there was a glimmer of tiredness and boredom in Lin Ruofu's sunken eyes. Perhaps it was because he had left the scheming of the court. This kind of indifferent cultivation made his spirit not as great as it had been in the past. Lin Ruofu listened to Fan Xian's reflexive retort, and couldn't resist smiling slightly in criticism. "Do you really think this is just a matter of love between young men and women?" Fan Xian was silent for a moment. He then said, "I don't think, in essence, there is much difference." Lin Ruofu's hand, which had been incessantly stroking the snuff bottle, stopped. Looking at him, he said, "Is that so? But once this matter develops, it will not be so simple. If that woman did not have the identity of Northern Qi's sage girl, and did not have a connection to the Northern Qi royal family, would a matter of love between young men and women? Do you think I would allow you to have such thoughts after being married for less than 2 years? Would the emperor silently allow you?" Fan Xian understood this logic. If it was not for the fact that marrying Haitang would bring some benefits to himself and the people behind him, no one would stand on his side. Particularly from Lin Ruofu's standpoint, there was no reason for him to help his son-in-law find a mistress. "Father-in-law," Fan Xian forced a smile and said, "The one who told me to go be ruthless is you, and now the one criticizing me is you. What should I do? Hearing these words, Lin Ruofu couldn't help but laugh. What you said last night was very much to my liking. I don't care what your relationship with that woman is like. As long as your position in court is more stable, my Lin family will be more stable. Fan Xian nodded. With Haitang, a great aid from the outside world, his position in the Qing kingdom would also be much more stable. However, in some areas, he was indeed a cold and emotionless person. He still retained some of the ideas from his previous life. Unconsciously, he did not want his private matters to be connected to politics. Furthermore, Haitang might not be willing to marry him. Seeming to guess what Fan Xian was thinking, Lin Ruofu smiled slightly and said, "Actually, you and I both understand the development of this matter. Whether she marries into the Fan family or not is not a matter of importance. As long as she doesn't marry someone else, it's fine." Fan Xian nodded again and admitted that this old fox's thinking was the same as his. "I'll go see Wanner and Dabao." He stood and bowed respectfully to his father-in-law. Lin Ruofu thought for a moment and then warmly said, "You don't have to worry about Wanner. Although she has not been by my side since she was young, she is, after all, someone who grew up in the royal palace. Naturally, she will understand the reason." Fan Xian forced a smile and was speechless. He thought that this father-in-law was ruthlessly honest. However, thinking about it, hadn't Lin Ruofu and the eldest princess had a daughter before he had his meteoric rise? Thinking about it this way, it could be said that he understood. The matters of the previous generation were indeed more of a bastard than his own. He thought for a moment and then insisted, "I'm just going to see Wanner. This is the first time she and Dabao have returned to Wuzhou. The brothers and sisters-in-law in the clan have all worshipped the two of them in the sky. At this time, they should be playing in Yidongtian." Lin Ruofu gazed at his son-in-law with a not quite there smile. "If you have any room matters to explain, save it for tonight." Fan Xian angrily scratched his head. "Do you know why I agreed to betroth Wanner to you?" Although Fan Xian guessed a little, he still continued to shake his slightly swollen head. Lin Ruofu slowly placed the snuff box on the table and said, "When the emperor first intended to betroth Wanner to you, it was something that happened in the second year of the first year of the Qing calendar. At the time, Chen Piping was opposed and strongly opposed. I sensed that there was something fishy about this matter." Fan Xian thought. "What does Chen Pingping's opposition have to do with your opposition?" Lin Ruofu answered his question. "Of all the civil and military officials in the court, there are only 3 people I fear." "Which 3? One is your father, one is the old cripple Chen, and the old master of the Qin family." Fan Xian thought about it carefully. Chen Pingping controlled the Overwatch Council. Other than the Prime Minister, he had the most power in the hands of all the officials in the court. Furthermore, the secret power he controlled was very strong. Naturally, he was something that Lin Ruofu feared back then. Although the old master of the Qin family was old and rarely went to court, he was, after all, the head of the Bureau of Military Affairs. He was the #1 figure in the military and a super-level official. His students and old friends were all over the military, so he had to receive Lin Ruofu's attention. However, the old master of the Qin family, back then, he was only an assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. How could Lin Ruofu regard him so highly? Lin Ruofu did not explain the question in his eyes. He continued in a quiet voice. "Of these 3, I admire Chen Pingping's foresight the most. Thus, when he strongly opposed your marriage with Chen Girl, at the time, this matter did not seem to have any obvious disadvantages. It was the same for either side. Thus, I knew that he must know some secrets that I did not grasp, so." The old man smiled slightly and said, "I also opposed." Knowing that Wanner and his brother-in-law were traveling, Fan Xian knew that the work of holding up the grape trellises could only be done at night. Hearing his father-in-law's words, he knew that they were preparing to discuss court matters. Thus he sat up straight and listened carefully. Hearing this, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Then why did you agree later?" "I told you before, perhaps you've already forgotten." Lin Ruofu's smile couldn't help but carry a glimmer of vicissitudes. "Gonger passed away. At my knees, I only had to bow and Chen Girl. At the time, The emperor had already revealed his intention to have me leave my post. I have been in court for many years. My reputation as a traitor was not for nothing. I don't know how many people I have offended. Because of my protection, my people have obtained great benefits in this world. After I pass away, who will protect them? Who will protect my Dabao? Lin Ruofu stared into his eyes and said, "The day you gave me the snuff bottle, I was certain that you could do all of this. Thus I agreed to this matter." The exquisite snuff bottle, made of emerald, was sitting quietly on the wooden table beside Lin Ruofu. Fan Xian was silent for a moment. He then calmly and sincerely said, "Don't worry, as long as I live, I won't let Wanner be wronged or Dabao be unhappy." Lin Ruofu nodded his head with gratification. He then sighed and said, "Later, when your past came out, only then did I find out that you were Lady Ye's son. Then, what else did I have to worry about?" This slowly brought the topic in the direction Fan Xian needed, the direction that he had never been able to say aloud or ask others. "I don't have any capable people in court, other than Ren Shaoan," Fan Xian said with a pained smile. Fan Xian smiled bitterly and said, "On the surface, it looks like I can beat the second prince into a pulp. If that day really comes in the future, and I argue in court, I have no one to speak for me." Lin Ruofu clearly knew what he meant, but didn't point it out. On the contrary, he smiled and said, "Lao Shu and Xiao Hu, the two most powerful scholars in the Hall of Governmental Affairs, both admire you. Are you still not satisfied?" Fan Xian shook his head and said, "Admiration cannot be eaten. When it comes to choosing sides, who can trust who?" Lin Ruofu stared into Fan Xian's eyes and asked, "You need people you can trust?" Fan Xian did not deny this point. He chuckled like a greedy little bird with its mouth open and drooling, waiting for its elders to feed it. Lin Ruofu looked at his expression and couldn't resist chuckling. He immediately restrained his smile and calmly said, "I won't give it to you." This answer surprised Fan Xian greatly. However, he knew that since Lin Ruofu had put his entire clan on his carriage, he had to give him some help. He would not let the horse run, and not let the horse eat grass. Naturally, he had his reasons for answering like this. As expected, Lin Ruofu warmly said, "Are you curious? Ever since I left Jingdo, the court officials have been in chaos. Those who have thrown their lot with the second prince, and Yunrui, have thrown their lot with the Eastern Palace. There are still a large number of people standing obediently under the Hall of Governmental Affairs." Fan Xian furrowed his brows slightly. He had long discovered this phenomenon. The strange thing is, why is no one throwing their lot with you? Lin Ruofu gazed at him with a not quite there smile. "You have long made a name for yourself among the scholars under heaven. Adding on Zhuang Mohan's gift, although you are a bit young, it is not impossible for you to openly become the leader of the scholars. Why is it that other than Shaoan, a former colleague of Honglu Temple, who rushed to reveal his team, none of the civil officials in the court have come to throw their lot with you? In this past year, not a single civil official came to visit you. Until now, other than those 4 students of yours who are languishing in the various prefectures, you haven't developed any power at all." This was precisely Fan Xian's great confusion and headache. At the beginning, he had thought it was the emperor's art of checks and balances. Later, he found that the Qing emperor's focus on him was still on the military and did not care much about his interactions with civil officials. Thus he had always been a bit confused. It was as if there was a hand in the unseen that had always been hindering his progress in that area. He raised his head in astonishment and stared at his father-in-law. Why? Now Fan Xian understood the reason it was like this. It was because his father-in-law, far away in Wuzhou, was using his remaining influence to prevent his former students from getting too close to him. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Lin Ruofu somewhat liked his son-in-law's cleverness and warmly said, "Furthermore, this tree of yours has already grown too tall. You are even taller than those true princes. Correct, this matter was arranged by me. For now, I will not let you use those people that you think are useful in order to avoid attracting discussion in the palace. As for when to give them to you," the old man sighed. "At the beginning, I stood too high and had no choice but to step down. How could I bear to let Wanner's husband repeat the same mistake? When the new emperor ascends the throne, I will give those people to you. Lin Ruofu said this in the end. Fan Xian was silent, but he smelled a glimmer of inauspiciousness. Only after the new emperor ascends the throne could those people be given to him. From another perspective, when faced with the unfathomable emperor, Lin Ruofu unconsciously could not summon up any thoughts of taking risks. Lin Ruofu's secret influence on court politics still existed, so he had to avoid arousing suspicion and let the emperor believe that he was truly retiring in Wuzhou. This was a paradoxical and difficult cycle. The biggest loss was that Fan Xian had no way of obtaining those assistants. I'm afraid it's too late. Since the two of them had already spoken openly, Fan Xian no longer avoided anything. The crown prince and the second prince's power is basically all in court. If one of them ascends the throne in the future, I don't think I will have any good days. Lin Ruofu said. You should be more direct. All right, Fan Xian said straightforwardly. I will not allow the crown prince or the second prince to sit on that chair. Lin Ruofu smiled and said, thus this is your problem. Without that power, the crown prince and the second prince are no longer a match for you. Why do you care about this? You have done well this past year. But the biggest problem is that you have found the wrong direction of the battle. Fan Xian was surprised. Perhaps Lin Ruofu was thinking of something from many years ago. The gaze in his eyes seemed to grow deeper and deeper. Slowly, he said, in the current situation, you only have one enemy, and that is Yunrui. At first, Fan Xian was surprised. Shortly after, some disapproval rose in his heart. He had seen the eldest princess methods. When she played with schemes, they were as intricate as embroidery. Unfortunately, when faced with him, the commissioner of the Overwatch Council, and he also had the help of Chen Pingping and Yin Bingyan, one old and one young, the eldest princess' best weapon was not very useful against him. As for power, Xingyang had once sent assassins to Tsang Mountain to assassinate Fan Xian. In the end, they had come up with nothing. Thus, no matter how Fan Xian thought about it, he did not feel that there was anything scary about the eldest princess. Perhaps the rumors in the world were exaggerated. Faced with Lin Ruofu's serious expression, he couldn't help but shake his head. Lin Ruofu said, have you forgotten about the Juanshang conference? Juanshang conference? Fan Xian slowly lowered his head. There is only one Yi Luyan. He cannot change anything. There is only one Yi Luyan. Lin Ruofu looked at Fan Xian with a strange gaze and said, there is also only one Sigajian. There is also only one Yin Xiaoyi. I also only one. But there could be countless Juanshang conferences. Fan Xian understood what he meant and looked at his father-in-law with incomparable shock. His lips were a little dry. You are also a member of the Juanshang conference? And Sigajian? What is the Juanshang conference? Lin Ruofu smiled slightly and said, perhaps no one can explain it clearly. Yunrui herself can't explain it clearly. What I can explain is that the Juanshang Conference is only a very loose organization. It could be a small tea tasting group, or it could be the mastermind behind the scenes that took away tens of thousands of lives and destroyed countries. Fan Xian wanted to ask something, but was stopped by a wave of Lin Ruofu's hand. The Juanshang Conference is only a method of communication between people who stand at a relatively high position in this world. The last prime minister of the Qing court slowly narrated the secrets of this world. We are not the monarchs of a country. We just happen to hold some great power in our hands. And there are many things that we cannot do ourselves. So we will use the Juanshang conference as a channel to ask for help from our friends. When our friends are in trouble, we will also help. Very equal, isn't it? The Juanshang conference is nothing more than a gathering between friends. The Juanshang Conference does not have a strict and complete organizational structure. There are no definite goals, and there are no wishes that everyone wants to achieve. Lin Ruofu finally concluded. So in terms of pure destructive power, because the Juanshang Conference is loose, it is not powerful. At least, it is not as useful as the Overwatch Council under the old cripple. Fan Xian was a bit confused. Since it was so, Why did his father-in-law want him to be wary of the eldest princess Juanshang conference? Lin Ruofu smiled slightly and said, "In the end, Qin Pingping was pressuring Yunrui. You also seem to be pressuring, am I right?" Fan Xian had to admire the other party's political sense, and nodded his head. "But you and the old cripple both seem to have made a mistake," Lin Ruofu said quietly. Lin Ruofu quietly said, "You always think that by forcing the eldest princess and the second prince to jump up and stand against the emperor, you can easily obtain victory in the entire battle. Is that not the case?" Fan Xian furrowed his brows. The Qing kingdom was the most powerful country in the world. Although the Qing emperor had been silent for a dozen years, the history of the past had long proven that the Qing emperor's methods were not something anyone could stand against. Because you underestimated Yunrui and the Juanshang conference, if you allow this situation to continue and she truly goes crazy, who knows what the consequences will be? Lin Ruofu said this with a smile. He was talking about the eldest princess who had been entangled with him for many years, and had even given him a cute daughter. Isn't the Juanshang conference very loose? How can it compare to the power of a powerful country? The Juanshang conference is like a ball bouncing around in the room. Once someone wants to press it down, the power of the rebound will be concentrated. Lin Ruofu said with a glimmer of worry on his face. Lin Ruofu said with a hint of worry on his face. Especially during this year, with you and the old cripple skillfully weaving, Yunrui seems to have no way out. If at this time, the Juanshang conference suddenly discovers an abnormally powerful opponent, the loose will become tight, and the hidden power will burst forth. This is the same logic as people. When you discover a long-desired goal, any kind of risk is worth taking. Fan Xian listened to these words, and a glimmer of coldness rose in his heart. Although he had created and hoped for this situation, he was still shocked by his father-in-law's words. If other than Yi Luyan, the Juanshang conference also had connections with Dongyi and many other helpers, then their power had long surpassed the limits of the country and stood above the world. To have the right to turn the loose fellowship into a barrel of gunpowder. In the entire world, only the Qing emperor had this right. Will Sigajian also act? Fan Xian couldn't resist shaking his head. Lin Ruofu gazed at him with a slight smile. If Yunrui is not crazy, she would not make such an arrangement. If she is truly forced into a corner by the emperor and you, who can say for sure? The emperor's safety concerns the power of the world. If he dies, there are too many people who can benefit. The previous prime minister said seriously, other than you and me, the subjects of the Qing kingdom. If the Qing emperor died, Northern Qi would be the happiest. Dongyi would also set off firecrackers, and the Qing kingdom would probably immediately face endless disasters. Lin Ruofu finally said, for such a great goal, the enemies of the Qing kingdom will all unite. Earlier you said Sigajian, why don't you say Ku He? Fan Xian's mouth tasted bitter. He didn't want to continue this conversation. Lin Ruofu smiled coldly and said, Juanshang conference? Not a member of the Juanshang conference. As long as they are willing, they can join at any time. Yunrui is the middleman to make connections. This is what she is best at. Fan Xian understood this point. The eldest princess, and the Northern Qi Empress Dowager, had a good personal relationship. Furthermore, they had always been in cahoots with Dongyi. He couldn't resist smiling bitterly and said, everyone comes from all over the world for a common goal. He suddenly furrowed his brows and said, if we can guess it, the emperor must also be able to guess it. Why doesn't he strike first to gain the upper hand? The room was silent for a long time before Lin Ruofu gently said, earlier we were talking about Yunrui's matter. Although she is crazy, I have, after all, known her for 20 years. Naturally, I can guess what she will do. But the emperor, Lin Ruofu couldn't resist showing a glimmer of admiration. Although he once betrayed me, I have to say that no one knows what he is thinking in his heart. Perhaps he is waiting for that day. Perhaps he is arrogant to the point of being a moron. Fan Xian thought inexplicably. Then what should I do? Lin Ruofu asked in a quiet voice. Didn't you originally plan to be a spectator? However, If the matter reaches a certain level, whether you are willing or not, you will still have to go on stage and act. At this moment, no matter what angle you look at it from, you must stand firmly on the emperor's side. Fan Xian thought to himself that this was nonsense. Even if he wanted to stand on his mother-in-law's side, after being scared by this father-in-law, how could he have the courage to play with a madman? I'm sick, very sick. Going to sleep. If I feel these chapters are a bit rough, please forgive me. I can't hold on much longer. If you want to know what happens next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. There are more chapters. Support the author and support the original reading. Chapter 416. Ever since he was in Suzhou, Fan Xian had been looking forward to the trip to Wuzhou. He knew that although the old prime minister in front of him had been quiet this year, as if he had disappeared from the world, that was only an attitude he purposely put on to prevent the emperor from being wary. Of course, when the false became the true became false. After putting on this attitude for a long time, this feeling would often seep into the bones. Fan Xian admired his father-in-law's courage to give up and gain. He could not stay in court for long, so he left lightly. There was no need to discuss any conditions in detail. In any case, he had left behind a tail like Fan Xian in the capital, and given the emperor enough face. Naturally, the court would give the honorably retired former prime minister some face. This kind of political wisdom made Fan Xian trust his father-in-law's judgment. Although he felt a chill and a faint excitement after hearing these words, he sank into deep thought most of the time, preparing to deal with the storm that was about to arrive. The storm was difficult to calm. Although he had a hand in stirring up the waves, it seemed that Fan Xian had thought too little of the influence of this matter. He understood the eldest princess' thoughts, but was unable to immediately grasp the emperor's thoughts. In the end, Fan Xian still had his own advantages. For him, the person who knew most of the secrets in this world was that old cripple. The person who knew some of the secrets was his father. The person who knew some of the secrets was his father-in-law. These three people were the three most capable subordinates of the Qing emperor in the 5 years, after the new policies of the Qing calendar. The three capable officials of the Qing court. Fan Xian remembered clearly that before he came to Jingdou from Danzhou, his father and Chen Pingping were like strangers. They had basically never spoken. Prime Minister Lin and Chen Pingping were the two biggest opposites in court. Accurately speaking, it was never possible for this triangle to communicate with each other. All of this, following Fan Xian's arrival in the capital and his marriage to Wan became a posture in the pile of old papers. At that time, other than the Qing emperor, there was another lucky person like Fan Xian, who could gather the resources of the three elders and share information from all three sides. For Fan Xian, the present him could see even more clearly than these three elders. However, this kind of luck, or perhaps strength, could not be placed on an official. Thus, no matter what, one person in this triangle had to step down. Prime Minister Lin Ruofu became the first sacrifice, because he and the emperor were not childhood friends. Occasionally, Fan Xian would ask himself, and only then did he realize that his coming out of retirement had indeed brought great harm to the Lin clan. Of course, it was impossible for the emperor to stop here. Thus, at the end of spring, the Jingdou Court Conference investigated the Ministry of Revenue. Fan Xian woke from his thoughts and couldn't resist shaking his head. There were clearly still so many problems in the court, yet the emperor had rushed to kill the dog first. However, the prey had not been killed yet. What was going on? Where did the emperor's confidence come from? I won't ask about Jiangnan. Lin Ruofu interrupted his thoughts and slowly said, I believe in your ability. Although on the surface, this trip to Jiangnan seems a bit overboard. Presumably you have a backup plan. Only, you have to return to the capital to report on your work at the end of the year. It's good to make some preparations, especially since you don't know when those people will make their move. Fan Xian thought for a bit and couldn't resist smiling. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Lin Ruofu also couldn't resist smiling. He looked with approval at the son-in-law in front of him. Looking at the steadiness and confidence that rose to the young man's face, he asked curiously, "The emperor's confidence has past history to prove it. As for you, this confidence without a head or tail, where does it come from?" Fan Xian thought for a bit and replied with a smile, "I believe that my luck is the best in this world." Lin Ruofu was speechless and shook his head helplessly. A moment later he said evenly, "What do you think of Yuan Hongdao?" Fan Xian was slightly startled. He knew that Yuan Hongdao was once a guest of the Prime Minister's manor and a good friend of Lin Ruofu's for decades. However, it seemed that after the matter of Prime Minister Lin stepping down, this person called Yuan Hongdao played a dishonorable role. Now this person had already become the foremost strategist in Xinjiang. Without question, he had sold out his friend for glory. Fan Xian didn't understand why his father-in-law would suddenly mention this person. He furrowed his brows and thought about how his father-in-law didn't seem to think of a way to kill this person for revenge. He felt it was strange. Yuan Hongdao is a very powerful person and a very free and easy person. Lin Ruofu smiled slightly. "I still don't understand why he would sell me out. Is he not one of the eldest princess people? Does Yunrui have this ability?" Lin Ruofu sighed. "I'm not sure either. It has already been a year since the matter happened. My hatred toward Hongdao has gradually lessened, so I still don't understand the true background of this matter. Ask him for me," Lin Ruofu said with a glimmer of coldness. "Why?" Fan Xian nodded his head solemnly. He thought to himself that this greeting would either be with a sword or a crossbow. Lin Ruofu looked at his expression and shook his head. "In the future, if Jingdo is truly in chaos, perhaps he can help you." Fan Xian was slightly startled. He didn't understand the meaning of these words. Lin Ruofu sank into deep thought. He was also thinking about this question. Perhaps the old cripple in the garden outside Jingdo was feeling proud. Fan Xian and his group stayed in Wuzhou for a few more days. When he had some free time, he would ask his father-in-law in the study. For one, he wanted to know some of the old matters of the past. For another, he wanted to learn from him the tricks of court politics. Although he had lived 2 lives and had an innate advantage and rich life experience in these areas, it was clear that there was an eternal traitor at his side. Naturally, he would not let it go. In the past, when he had gone to northern Qi as a diplomatic envoy, in the carriage, Fan Xian had also learned from Sir Xiaoan. This was Fan Xian's greatest strength. He could guarantee that he would meditate and train hard at 2 in the morning, and would also seize every opportunity to learn life-saving skills. This kind of perseverance and determination was actually not in line with the laziness he displayed. In the conversations these days, Fan Xian had focused on studying the important points of the court, particularly the military, which he was most unfamiliar with. The Qin family and the Yi family, who had performed meritorious deeds since the founding of the country, increased his perceptual understanding. Fan Xian found it increasingly strange. For a family as loyal as the Yi family, how could they have anything to do with the eldest princess? But this question could only be buried in the depths of his heart. As for the Jiangnan matter, although Lin Ruofu didn't want to care, he still wrote a letter to the Jiangnan governor, Xueqing. As for the contents of the letter, Fan Xian was too lazy to care. Whether or not the governor would give the former prime minister face was another matter. What was important was that his father-in-law had analyzed Xueqing's personality for him. Xueqing was a close official of the emperor. He was a person who liked to perform meritorious deeds, and his thoughts were meticulous. This judgment made Fan Xian make up his mind. For this kind of official, the greatest hope was to become a famous official. Naturally, he would not step out and do those dirty things himself. In the future, he would use thunderous methods. As long as Xueqing could stay out of it and give him a large amount of fame afterward, he would cooperate in secret. The palace treasury's smuggling was still going on. The investigation on the sea route was still going on. The exploitation and weakening of the Ming family did not stop for a day. According to the news from Suzhou, Ming Qing was playing both sides, but was unable to truly maintain contact with Taiping Money House. Without any other choice, he began to increase the amount of silver transferred from Zhaoshang Money House. Very good. Fan Xian thought to himself that as long as they passed that critical point, it would be time for the Ming family to be destroyed. Outside Wuxia were all green mountains, so they blocked most of the blazing sunlight from the south. Additionally, the mountain wind was light and quiet, slightly brushing away the summer heat. It was truly the best place to pass the summer heat. Fan Xian and his group lived comfortably in Wuxia. When they were far away from political matters, he would follow Wanner and Dabao to wander around the surrounding mountains, hunt some game, find some small streams, roast frogs, and tell Wanner stories about Ling Huguazi. There were also times when they spent the night in the mountains. At that time, the sky was filled with stars and was too beautiful to behold. The Magpie Bridge gradually closed, and the Milky Way went with the wind. Fan Xian held his wife in his arms and quietly teased her. In a loud voice, he looked at the stars at night. He didn't know whether the world would separate or unite. He only knew that the time of the cowherd and the weaver girl's year and day was coming. Far away from the troubles of the secular world, he was very happy. With great tacit understanding, the two of them did not bring up the matters of Suzhou, Jingdou, or any other place. They did not bring up Haitang, the eldest princess, or the emperor. They only occasionally talked about Ruoro, who was currently cultivating in northern Qi, the game prepared by the Tung family in the Fan Manor outside Jingdou, and the delicious drumsticks from Dezhou. Heading west, the two of them pointed out mountains and asked about mountains. When they came across water, they went in. When they came across a deer, they took pity on it. When they came across a lone wolf, they were fierce. They walked by a stream beside a forest and lingered in the clouds by the cliff. This was a rare moment of quiet interaction after marriage. It was as if everything beside them no longer existed. There was only Fan Xian and Lin Wanner. Wrong, there was still Dabao. However, Dabao's loveliness was that he was often quiet. This kind of life could not continue forever. If Fan Xian wanted to keep this kind of life, he had to leave the mountains again and walk into the world of mortals. Dabao is going to follow us? Fan Xian opened his eyes and asked curiously. Isn't it to send him to father-in-law's side to keep him company? Lin Ruofu lived alone in Wuxia. Although there were countless disciples in the clan, there were not many who truly cared for him by his side. Wanner was going to follow Fan Xian. If Dabao also went with them, who would keep the old former prime minister company? Without a child, it was like having no children. Fan Xian could understand this kind of loneliness. Father insists, Lin Wanner said quietly. Wanner said quietly, after these days of careful nursing by Fan Xian, in addition to playing in the mountains, Wanner's body had indeed recovered for a long time. There was a healthy flush on her slightly moist cheeks, and the eyelashes on her large eyes fluttered slightly. Fan Xian smiled and gazed at her. Gently holding her hand, he said, both are fine. A number of days later, the completely black group of carriages left Wuxia and slowly headed east. Along the way, they passed a number of small cities and large mountains before coming to a fork in the road. They had already entered the territory of Dongshan Road. This fork in the road led to the two provincial cities under Dongshan Road. To the east was Danzhou. To the north was Jiaozhou. Go to Danzhou and wait for me. I'm going to Jiaozhou to take care of some things. Fan Xian stood on the carriage and said evenly to Wanner in the carriage. At most, I'll be 10 days late. Of course, Wanner knew what he was going to do in Jiaozhou. She sighed in her heart, but she knew that with the emperor's orders, Fan Xian could not refuse. She could only pile a warm smile on her face that reassured both of them. Sticking out her tongue, she said, Don't go pick up flowers and grass. Fan Xian smiled embarrassedly and bowed to the ground. Don't worry, wife. I won't go pick flowers on the side of the road anymore. Dabao, sitting by Wanner's side, had been sitting with a wooden expression the entire time. Hearing these words, he suddenly interrupted. There are flowers in the garden. Fan Xian was slightly angry. Wanner was slightly hateful. Dabao didn't know what had happened. The three of them parted for now. Turning from the fork in the road, they had traveled less than 3 li when Fan Xian crawled out of the carriage. Stretching, he asked the subordinate beside him, Are you ready? Everything is ready, Commissioner. On the side of the mountain forest in the distance, One could faintly see a group of grave and stern black riders, carrying a cold murderous aura waiting there. Can't write more. Rest first. If you want to know what happens next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 417. Seriously ill. Half of my face is swollen, I have a mild fever, and I'm dizzy all day. This chapter is a transitional chapter, so of course there will be foreshadowing. I'm just worried that I'll forget the things I buried in the future, hehe. Dongshan Road was one of the Qing Kingdom's 7 roads. It leaned toward the northeast. Heading north from Shao Mountain, one would plunge into the small vassal states that Dongyi secretly influenced. Passing through those cities, one would enter the border of northern Qi. Last year, when Fan Xian went to northern Qi as a diplomatic envoy, he had taken a different route, bypassing Sangzhou and entering via the North Sea. So he had not been to Sealy. Of course, he would not head north today. There was nothing in northern Qi that attracted him. Sitting on the horse and looking at the map in his hand, Fan Xian couldn't help but furrow his brows. Pointing to a corner of the map, he said, "So Jiaozhou is still below Danzhou. What is this large blank space on it?" Beside him was the deputy commander of the Black Knights, surnamed Jing. Commander Jing still wore that silver mask on his face. Listening to his superior's words, he said in a low voice, "To the north of Danzhou is a large stretch of high mountains and dense forests. Very few people dare to enter, so when the map was drawn, there was only a blank space. To the north of this blank space is Dongyi, which faces the bay." Dongyi? Fan Xian sighed. He thought to himself that one day he would have to go and see. It was only now that he found out that Dongyi, the largest city in the world, was not far from Danzhou, where he had spent his childhood. However, Fan Xian was familiar with the mountains to the north of Danzhou. He knew that if he wanted to find a path from those places, it was basically impossible. Moreover, the geographical environment of this area was also very special. Along the coast were cliffs and precipices that stretched for hundreds of miles. Even birds would find it dangerous. If the people of Dongyi wanted to go to the Qing Kingdom, they could only go around to the west of Shao Mountain, or go by sea. Thinking of Dongyi's powerful sea navigation abilities, a glimmer of worry flashed through Fan Xian's eyes. Although the navy in this world could not affect the bigger picture, it still had the ability to carry out some harassment. What if Dongyi forcefully landed in Danzhou? Only now did Fan Xian finally understand why the emperor cared so much about this matter, and wanted him to personally act. He also understood why, after the Quanzhou First Navy was disbanded, the court persisted in maintaining such a navy in the remote Jiaozhou. Jiaozhou was to the south of Danzhou. A powerful navy was stationed there to intimidate Dongyi's power on the sea. A cold smile rose involuntarily to the corners of Fan Xian's lips. Now he knew that the Quanzhou Navy, from a certain perspective, was like his mother's private army. The court's work was indeed watertight. "Old Jing, why don't you take off your mask?" He smiled at the Black Knight commander beside him, doing his best to make his tone gentler and not reveal the chill in the depths of his heart. Following Chen Pingping's strict orders, these 400 Black Knights had become Fan Xian's subordinates ever since he left for northern Qi. The 400 black-clothed, black-horned, black-faced riders had actually helped Fan Xian a lot, such as Shang Shanhu's rescue of Xiao En and the Juanshang Conference in Jiangnan. However, the greatest benefit the Black Knights brought Fan Xian was not just these. Due to various reasons, Fan Xian had never been able to extend his hand into the military. The existence of the Black Knights was equivalent to his most powerful martial power. It could increase his power, and also give him a bit more confidence when negotiating with others. In a situation where he had no military power, having the Black Knights under his command was a comforting thing. However, Fan Xian was not very close to this group of subordinates, because the Black Knights could not enter a province, or even go near a province. Fan Xian was also a person who loved to enjoy life, so he did not want to live in a military camp. Thus, there was not much time for conversation between his superiors and subordinates. This kind of unfamiliarity was impossible to get rid of in a short period of time. Fan Xian understood that if he truly wanted to do something in the future, he had to control this most powerful martial power under his command. He could not rely on Chen Pingping to control it. He could only rely on himself to have these 400 riders follow him wholeheartedly and subdue them from the depths of their hearts. Ever since he met up with the Black Knights at the crossroads, he had been trying to use the method he had used to subdue Wang Qinian and Deng Ziyu, as well as the strange deputy commander of the Black Knights, who always wore a silver mask. Fan Xian smiled warmly and spoke candidly. He chatted and talked about trivial matters of the day, creating a warm and open atmosphere. Of course, he did not forget to reveal the steadiness and confidence that a person in a high position should have. However, the deputy commander Jing remained indifferent and was not moved at all. He replied straightforwardly, "I'm used to it." Thus Fan Xian was a bit angry. He suddenly smiled slightly and said, "There are only two types of people who wear masks." Riding beside him on the horse, Commander Jing's body did not have any reaction. However, Fan Xian noticed that his hand holding the reins had tightened slightly. It looked like he was interested in this topic. He was probably curious to see how the famous Sir Fan Jr. would comment on the mask. Fan Xian said, "Either the face under the mask is too ugly, or it has been heavily injured and is unbearable to see people. Or, this face is too handsome, so handsome that it's like a girl's." Of course, I am not mocking myself with these words. The Black Knights go into battle to kill the enemy. The more savage the face, the easier it is to scare the enemy. Thus, the first reason does not exist. Fan Xian smiled and gazed at the silver mask flashing with a faint light. "Looks like Commander Jing must be a rarely seen handsome man." Commander Jing paused and said a moment later, "The commissioner is indeed impressive." Fan Xian chuckled. He thought that he had heard too many stories about the Prince of Lanling and Di Qing, so he could make a random guess. However, Commander Jing still did not take off his mask. It made Fan Xian very curious as to whether or not he had guessed correctly. "I still don't know your name," Fan Xian said lightly. He couldn't be bothered to do this kind of political work anymore. Commander Jing's gaze became serious. He held the reins in his hand and said seriously, "My surname is Jing, and my name is Wuming." Jing Wuming? How could Fan Xian not know the name of the most powerful martial commander under his command? He purposely pretended to be shocked and thought of the strange association he had when he first learned this person's name last year. "If you are Jing Wuming, then wouldn't I be Shengguan Demon's father?" Hundreds of riders formed into a thin line and headed northeast in the quiet valley. Scouts had been sent out at a certain distance in all directions, so they shouldn't be able to reveal their whereabouts. Fan Xian and Commander Jing were in the middle and were slowly moving through the valley. At this moment, Fan Xian was smiling again because of the association he had made in the past. Commander Jing glanced at him curiously and then said, "My surname is Jing. I don't have a name. I'm not called Wuming." A major figure of the 5th Bureau, without a name? A Black Knight general without a name? Fan Xian opened his mouth slightly and couldn't resist sighing. He thought to himself, no wonder people feared the Overwatch Council like it was a demon. Under the influence of Chen Pingping, that old cripple, the entire structure of the Overwatch Council, the way the officials did things, and their backgrounds all carried a strange air. He knew this general would not lie to him and quietly said, "It's better to have a name." Commander Jing was silent for a moment and then nodded. "Sir, please bestow a name." Bestowing a name, for the person bestowing a name, was a very high honor. Fan Xian was shocked and didn't dare to believe his ears. Turning his head back to look at the sincerity in the general's calm gaze, he knew he was not joking. He slowly lowered his head and thought seriously for a long time before smiling slightly and saying, "A single name, one go, with the courtesy name Zhuwu. How about that?" Commander Jing had once been a hero in the military. It was only because he had offended the nobility that Chen Pingping had fished him out and placed him in the Black Knights. He was someone with some knowledge. Hearing this name, he immediately understood Commissioner Fan's meaning and was very satisfied. He smiled and nodded his head. A beautiful curve rose to the corner of his lips under the silver mask. Thus, the man who had provoked his superior in the military, been sentenced to death, mysteriously disappeared, and remained nameless, using a silver mask to hide his face. Finally had his own name many years after cutting off the first half of his life. He had also begun another part of his life. Jingge. Fan Xian smiled slightly amidst the clatter of the horse's hooves. Who exactly did you offend back then? Jingge didn't know if it was because he was not used to his new name, or because he was shocked by the commissioner's sensitivity, but he didn't speak for a moment. After a long silence he quietly said, "The Qin family." Fan Xian sucked in a cold breath. He knew what kind of power the Qin family had in the military. Old Qin had always dominated the position of head of the Bureau of Military Affairs. Little Qin had now become the commander of the Jingdo garrison. Even when his father-in-law was in court, he had to be wary of the Qin family. So this subordinate of his had offended the Qin family back then. Thinking of this, Fan Xian couldn't help but feel the greatest admiration and shock toward Chen Pingping. That old cripple was indeed daring enough to use an enemy of the Qin family. Furthermore, he had used him for so many years, and allowed Jingge to reach the position of deputy commander of the Black Knights. My relationship with the Qin family is not bad, he said probingly. He thought to himself that as long as Jingge was willing to ask him for help, he could try to make up for the enmity of the past after he returned to the capital. Jingge smiled. The lips that were exposed outside the silver mask smiled happily. Thank you, sir. Jingge said these words sincerely. There's no need. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at him. It was as if he wanted to see what this silent and valiant subordinate was thinking. After a long time he asked, "What exactly is the enmity between you and the Qin family?" Jingge was silent for a moment and then said in a heavy voice, "In the camp, I killed the eldest son of the Qin family." The eldest son of the Qin family? Qin Heng's elder brother? Fan Xian's expression did not change, but his heart grew cold. If the person Jingge had killed had lived until now, he would probably have long been one of the top generals in court. Such enmity, what exactly was Chen Pingping thinking? Why did he keep a ticking time bomb in the Overwatch Council? A few bird cries came from ahead. The silent Black Knights stopped in unison. It was not people, it was horses. This kind of riding skill was truly one of the best in the world. Probably only the Western Hu King's army had this ability. Dusk gradually approached. Fan Xian and Jingge rode forward and passed through the valley. Halfway up the mountain, they looked down at the city at the foot of the mountain. The city was not large. Inside, there were already lanterns lit like stars. This was Jiaozhou. Looking to the right, a stretch of ocean was turning from blue to pitch black in the dusky sky. Faintly, one could see a heavily guarded dock and dozens of warships, as well as eye-catching camps. That was the Jiaozhou Navy. Do as you please. Kill anyone who dares to enter the city. Fan Xian had already thrown Jing Ji's question to the back of his mind. Coldly and straightforwardly giving the order, he pulled on the reins and broke away from the main group of Black Knights. Without a single guard, he rode alone up the narrow mountain path toward Jiaozhou at the foot of the mountain. To be continued. If you want to know what happened afterwards, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 418. The Black Knights headed straight for Jiaozhou. In order to deceive people, the route they chose could not be the official road. No matter how confident Fan Xian was, or how much confidence he had in the Black Knight's battle power, he could not have the extravagant hope that once chaos broke out, with just 400 riders, they would be able to forcefully suppress one of the three great navies of the Qin kingdom. Thus, he could only quietly enter the city and not shoot. Looking at the Jiaozhou city gate in the distance, Fan Xian dismounted his horse. Following the Overwatch Council methods he had learned from a young age, he found a quiet place and let the horse go. The horse was intelligent and seemed to understand its master's intentions. It did not linger and headed into the quiet valley. In a moment, it disappeared without a trace. It was not that Fan Xian was unwilling to kill the horse. The smell of blood was truly unnecessary. On the contrary, it would bring some trouble. After confirming that the horse would not reveal his whereabouts, he sat down under a tree and dug a small hole beside him. Taking off the clothes on his body, he buried them in the ground. Then he took out the equipment on his body and did a careful inspection. He confirmed that the black dagger, the Third Bureau's new hidden crossbow, and the drugs and poisons that never left his body were all there. He smeared something on his face and unconsciously nodded his head. Shortly after, he sighed. Somewhat unsatisfied, he buried the emperor's sword Wang Qinian had given him into the hole. Fan Xian wondered to himself when he would be able to openly use this sword. By the time he left the large tree, the commissioner of the Overwatch Council, Sir Fan Jr., had already transformed into a normal young man. His face was still delicate and handsome. However, the space between his brows had widened slightly. The corners of his eyes had drooped slightly. He had lost some of his heroic spirit and gained a glimmer of sincerity. He was already a completely different person. Underneath the coarse cloth clothes, he was still wearing the tight-fitting black night clothes. Fortunately, the material was first-rate and breathable, so he did not feel very hot. Following the rarely traveled mountain path toward Jiaozhou, the sun had long sunk below the mountain behind him. A dusky twilight enveloped the surroundings. In the last moment before the Jiaozhou city gates closed, Fan Xian walked to the city gate and obediently handed over his travel permit. He then answered a few routine questions from the city gate soldiers and easily entered the city. The travel passes made by the Overwatch Council were not fakes. Rather, they were the real thing. Naturally, no one would discover any problems. Furthermore, when Fan Xian answered the questions, although he was respectful, there was not a trace of panic. Jiaozhou was by the sea, and there were many people coming and going. The city guards had long become used to it, so they did not place much importance on it. Passing through the city gate, Fan Xian rubbed his eyes and smiled. Like a traveler who had come from afar, he used a curious gaze to examine the surrounding residences and scenery. However, he did not dare to be too leisurely. His footsteps did not slow, perfectly playing the role of an outsider busying himself with business. Jiaozhou was indeed different from other provincial cities. Although it was next to the sea, the commerce, or more accurately the retail trade, was not developed. It was clearly the busiest main road through the city, but there were not many shops on either side. Even if there were some, they were half hidden. There were no signs, making it impossible for outsiders to see what kind of business was conducted inside. The entire city appeared solemn and calm. There was less of the smoke and fire of life, but there was more dignity. As Fan Xian walked, he paid attention to these details. He knew that this was because the Jiaozhou Navy was permanently stationed here. Jiaozhou was far from the central plain. It was truly a place where the mountains were high and the emperor was far. The navy itself had tens of thousands of soldiers. This power was truly terrifying. Compared to the enormous navy, the local power in Jiaozhou appeared insignificant. The highest official in Jiaozhou was just a Zhizhou. In front of the admiral of the navy, he still had to be well-behaved. Furthermore, all of Jiaozhou's economic affairs were at the whim of the navy. The daily necessities of the navy's tens of thousands of soldiers, other than being allocated by the court, were requisitioned from nearby. Although it made the people of Jiaozhou angry, it also brought a kind of abnormal prosperity. At least they didn't have to worry about not being able to sell their food. It was because of these reasons that Jiaozhou was like an enormous navy logistics base. It was like a delicate maiden beside a large man. She could only accept it, but she could not make many complaints. With such an enormous entity as the navy at its side, Jiaozhou also carried a strong military aura. The best areas in the city had all been requisitioned by the military. The largest mansions were all lived in by the high-ranking officers of the navy. The best girls were all occupied by the navy, although the court had a clear order that did not allow the garrisoned officers to live in neighboring provincial cities. Everyone knew that this rule had long lost its use. Not only in Jiaozhou, but in all the provincial armies and even the border armies. As long as they had some power, they were not willing to live in miserable tents. Instead, They would buy houses and women in the provincial cities. The Black Knights were an exception among exceptions. Fan Xian raised his head to gaze at the brothel with red lanterns hanging high and couldn't resist smiling. In a place with so many hills, the brothel business would not be bad. However, he didn't know if the Navy soldiers would renege on their debts. However, according to the news from the council, although the Jiaozhou Navy was the Emperor of Jiaozhou, they never ate the grass near their nest. In the past, they ate the grass on the sea to the south. Fan Xian lowered his head and walked quickly past a large manor. The manor took up a lot of space, with flying eaves and flying phoenixes. The door was painted red, and the walls were hidden among bamboo. It took up half a street, and was even more arrogant than the mansions of the officials in Jingdou. Today, this large manor was like the distant brothel. It was hung with bright red lanterns, and appeared to be in a festive mood. On the door was a painting of an immortal with a white beard. Looking at the appearance, it seemed that some important person was having a birthday celebration. What was at odds with this joyous atmosphere were the soldiers standing guard at the entrance of the manor. The soldiers' faces were dark, and the color of water rust could be faintly seen under their ears. Presumably, they were people who had lived on the sea for many years. These soldiers did not look sideways. Their faces were solemn, as they vigilantly watched the people passing by in front of the manor. There were not many people who dared to stroll in front of the manor, so most of their mission was to check the guests. Although the guests, other than the superiors of the Navy, were all officials of Jiaozhou, as well as a few wealthy merchants who could stand in public. There were even a few merchants from far away in Jiangnan. These soldiers still did not relax. They carefully checked the gift boxes to ensure that no one dared to bring a weapon in. Today was the emperor's birthday banquet, so they had to ensure that nothing went wrong. Other than the front door of the manor being heavily guarded, Fan Xian quietly circulated his jinshi. He had long heard that there should be a number of nails hidden in the secluded areas of the manor. He walked quickly past with his head down. A strange smile rose to the corners of his lips. He clearly saw the strength of the guards stationed at the corner of the street outside the manor. At the same time, he drew a map of the surrounding terrain and deeply imprinted it in his mind. In the past, he had only walked once in that enormous royal palace and remembered all the small paths clearly, much less such a large manor. Leaving behind the liveliness and the sounds of greetings behind him, he made the blinding red of the red lantern disappear into the darkness. Fan Xian pressed his lips together. His gaze, intentionally or otherwise, glanced at a spot under the wall by the street. He saw a familiar secret mark and turned to enter, walking all the way to the end of the alley. It was a dead alley. Fan Xian raised his head to look at the wall across from the dead alley, and shook his head. Pushing off with the tip of his foot, his entire body rose lightly. Placing his palm on the top of the wall, he flipped over. Silently, Fan Xian, who was disguised as a commoner, once again disappeared into Jiaozhou. Behind the wall was a small courtyard. The place was not very quiet and secluded. One could faintly hear the sounds of the street a few rooms away. Although the house had 6 rooms in the front and back, it looked a bit old. It meant that although the people living here were not common people, their days were not very good. Fan Xian stepped onto the stone steps, pushed open the door, and walked straight to the main seat. Picking up the teapot beside him, he sniffed, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it. From the side came the sound of panicked footsteps. The owner of the footsteps walked into the room, and found a young man he did not recognize sitting there. He was about to ask questions when he saw the hand gesture made by the person's fingers. He couldn't help being surprised and happy. "Teacher, you finally come." Fan Xian smiled and put down the teacup in his hand. Gazing at Ho Jicheng's thin face, he couldn't resist saying, "You've come to Jiaozhou to be an official. I thought you would be able to take care of your shriveled body. How come you've become even thinner?" After Ho Jicheng met with Yang Wanli on the Jiangnan levee, he had spared no effort to rush to Jiaozhou to take up his post. The journey had been tiring. In addition, he had to secretly investigate those shocking matters for Fan Xian, so the pressure on his mind was great. He had been in Jiaozhou for almost a month, but he had not made any progress. Deeply afraid that he would hinder his teacher's important matters, he had been unable to sleep for a number of nights. Presently his eyes were sunken in, and his cheekbones were protruding. There was nothing of the free and easy appearance of the past Jingdo rainy day scholar. He smiled bitterly and self-mockingly said, "I don't have the ability to look at the affairs of the world with a smile, teacher." Fan Xian sighed. Although Ho Jicheng's thoughts were the most meticulous and his actions were the most ruthless and daring of the 4 people under his tutelage, it could be seen that a scholar was, after all, still a scholar. Logically speaking, this matter should have been handled by the Overwatch Council. However, Fan Xian had arranged for Jicheng to come. One reason was to shock the Jiaozhou officials. Another reason was because he had a selfish motive. After Jiaozhou fell into chaos, there would certainly be people who would be demoted, and people who would receive merit. Such a great merit would certainly allow Jicheng to receive an abnormal promotion. Fan Xian was still willing to leave this kind of benefit to his student. However, it could be considered the price for him to be shocked. After you arrived in Jiaozhou, were there any abnormalities? Fan Xian asked calmly. He did not ask about the matter of the Jiaozhou Navy smuggling, because he knew that it was impossible for Ho Jicheng to clearly understand the dirty matters in officialdom in such a short amount of time. Ho Jicheng thought about it and said, "Everyone in the world knows that I am your student, so these officials are quite courteous to me. Even the generals in the Navy are very tactful. It is just that I don't know much. I've only heard some rumors." Fan Xian nodded. This was a situation he had long guessed. He thought for a bit and then said, "Admiral Chang Kuan is holding a birthday banquet today. Did he not invite you?" Ho Jicheng paused and said, "I am only a minor official, but it should be to give you face. This admiral also gave me an invitation. However, you said you would arrive today, so I have been waiting at home. I haven't decided whether to go or not." "Go," Fan Xian said decisively. "You go first." For him to go first, the hidden meaning was that Fan Xian would go later. Ho Jicheng furrowed his brows and said, "You are alone? One person is enough." Fan Xian smiled slightly. "Chang Kuan is not Shaoan. He does not have the right for me to value him too much." Pausing, he then said, "Today is his birthday banquet. In the future, his family can give him birthday wishes and memorial services on this day. This will save a lot of trouble." Ho Jicheng's heart jumped. He tasted bitterness in his mouth as he gazed in a daze at his teacher. He knew that Fan Xian was certainly going to kill someone at the birthday banquet. However, he didn't know how exactly his teacher was going to kill him under the protection of the valiant Jiaozhou Navy. Furthermore, a proper admiral of the Navy, a first-level official, could not just be assassinated. The emperor and teacher shouldn't make such a muddled mistake. If the birthday banquet became a battlefield, how would they deal with the aftermath? If you want to know what happens after, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 419. Why did they come to Jiaozhou? And why did they have to deal with the Jiaozhou Navy? In reality, the origin of all of this was because of that little island on the East Sea. That little island that had been bathed in blood. The pirates on the island were a private army raised by the Ming family. While the court was investigating, they were all killed. Fortunately, a secret agent of the Overwatch Council survived with great difficulty and reported the scene of the bloodbath that night to the top. It was the Jiaozhou Navy. It could only be the Jiaozhou Navy. In the following months, the Overwatch Council increased the intensity of their investigation in Jiaozhou, although they still had no way of grasping concrete evidence. The people in the upper echelons of the court who knew the truth were certain that the Jiaozhou Navy was the hand of the Northern Empress of the Ming family, the hand of the Juanshan Conference, and the hand raised by the eldest princess. No matter how much the Qing Emperor could endure, he could not tolerate such a thing happening. Thus, he sent a secret letter to Fan Xian and ordered him to handle this matter. As for how to handle it, he did not give him a concrete plan. Thus Fan Xian had a headache. He had no evidence in his hands, and had to bring the Jiaozhou navy back into the range of the court's control. What exactly should he do? The navy was not the Ming family, the Cui family, or the second prince. It was a truly powerful martial force. If he did not handle it well, it would cause an uproar and weapons would rise. Regardless of whether or not the court could suppress it in the end, he would still get into big trouble. He also knew that in the Ming family smuggling business, the Jiaozhou navy certainly played an important role, particularly on the route to Dongyi. Without the protection and escort of the Jiaozhou navy, these dozen years would certainly not have gone so smoothly. The role the Jiaozhou navy played in the sea smuggling route was similar to the role Fan Xian's Overwatch Council and Wei Hua's Northern Qi Brocade Guard played in the mainland smuggling route. However, on that island, the navy had killed too many people. Hou Jichang had already gone to the birthday banquet. There was only the disguised Fan Xian left in the little courtyard. Hou Jichang had come under orders to investigate the matter of the Jiaozhou navy smuggling. Unfortunately, there had been no progress. He had to do many things in the dark, so it was not convenient for him to hire too many servants. Thus, the little courtyard was completely silent. Without lighting a lamp, Fan Xian thought calmly in the darkness, sorting out his plan line by line. As he thought and thought, he couldn't help smiling bitterly. In a moment, the things he would do in a moment would certainly be childish in terms of politics. In terms of style, it would be rude and unreasonable. However, the emperor had given him full authority to handle this matter. It could be seen how much the emperor cared. He had been forced to Jiaozhou. What could he do? If they followed the normal path of investigation and separate questioning, the navy generals were not idiots. They would not admit to such a crime that could result in their families being wiped out. Furthermore, once the military and the Overwatch Council confronted each other, the military could easily slide in the direction of the explosion. Once there was a mutiny, tens of thousands of navy soldiers would surround Jiaozhou. How could Fan Xian and his subordinates survive? Thus, he could only take the risk. Coincidentally, today was the birthday of the Admiral of the Navy Chang Kuan. All of the high-ranking Navy generals had gathered in Jiaozhou and were far away from the soldiers they controlled. Although the Jiaozhou Navy still had tens of thousands of people, there were only a few generals left to guard. Once they moved, it would be difficult to communicate between inside and outside the city. The Navy's reaction would also be a few beats slower. Fan Xian could also use this opportunity to wipe out all of the generals at the birthday banquet in one fell swoop. His appetite had always been this big. However, even Hou Jichang was curious as to where Fan Xian's confidence came from. He was only one person. Admiral Chang Kuan looked at the table full of guests with a face full of smiles. However, this smile carried a bit of reservation and a bit of arrogance. He was smiling because he was in a good mood. He had lived for more than 40 years. Everything had been smooth sailing, and he held a high position. All of the officials and wealthy merchants in and out of the city had come to flatter him. Even the important figures far away in Jiangnan had all sent gifts. If he didn't smile, how could he express this pride? The reason he couldn't laugh to his heart's content was because of his position. As the highest military official in Jiaozhou, the local emperor in name, and in reality, each of his words and actions affected hundreds of thousands of people. He had to be careful and put on a dignified and solemn appearance. Could he take in another 100,000 liang of silver from this banquet today? The admiral calculated in his heart and raised his cup in invitation to drink. All of the nobles at the table below stood up and raised their cups in greeting, praising endlessly. Chang Kuan's gaze flickered to the table in the corner to his right. Looking at the indifferent expression on the official's face, he felt very unhappy. That official had been in Jiaozhou for a while, but not only had he not come to show his respect, he had not even done a formal greeting. However, Chang Kuan still tolerated it, and had even invited him to the birthday banquet. All of this was because the official's background made him very afraid. Hou Jichang, Jiaozhou's Dianli and provincial judge, was only a 7th-level minor official. However, Hou Jichang's background was too deep. Everyone under heaven knew that he was one of Fan Xian's 4 disciples. After last year's spring examination, he was ranked third. Even though Chang Kuan was a first-level military official, he still had to give the Fan Manor some face. Furthermore, because of the Jiangnan matter, Chang Kuan had always been wary of the Overwatch Council. The fear in the depths of his heart could not be eliminated. He didn't know why Sir Fan Jr. would arrange for his student to come to such a remote Jiaozhou. Was the Overwatch Council truly suspicious of the Jiaozhou Navy? However, the Ming family shouldn't have leaked any information. The old matriarch was also already dead, so no one should be able to obtain evidence. At his own birthday banquet, Chang Kuan held his wine cup, but his thoughts floated to another place. There was no one left alive on that island. The people who had acted were all his trusted generals. Those soldiers were locked up in tents every day, so there shouldn't be any problems. Seeing the admiral holding his wine cup in a daze, the guests at the table below looked at each other, unsure of what had happened. Chang Kuan came to his senses and smiled self-mockingly. His wives and children were all in Jingdo. He didn't know how they were doing. As for the Jiaozhou matter, even if the court heard some rumors, what could they do to him? The Overwatch Council did not have concrete evidence, so they did not dare to touch a military boss like him. After thinking clearly about the cause and effect, reassessing the situation, and confirming his own safety, the large stone that had been pressing down on Chang Kuan's heart finally lightened. He nodded to the person beside him and agreed to call in the dancers to liven things up. Looking at the calm Ho Jichang below the table, Chang Kuan still felt a bit uncomfortable. He gently coughed and felt his stomach bulge. He said a few words to his subordinates and went to the latrine in the back of the courtyard. Fan Xian left Ho Jichang's home and walked to the bustling back wall of the Admiral's manor, carefully hiding his figure. Just like how there were rarely any patrolling soldiers on the high walls of the royal palace, there were not many people watching the back wall of the Admiral's manor. Borrowing the cover of the clouds in the summer night, Fan Xian gently exhaled a mouthful of murky air. Circulating the zhenqi in his body, his hands steadily pressed against the gray-painted wall. With a slight push, he confirmed that the thin layer of zhenqi flowing out of his palms could still perform the same function as on the cliff in Danzhou. After the tyrannical zhenqi in his body exploded, it was fortunate that Haitang had helped heal him. However, he was still worried that his best Spider-Man ability would be lost following the slight change in the way the zhenqi circulated in his body. Fortunately, it was still there. Like a ghost, Fan Xian silently flipped over the high walls of the Admiral's manor and slid into the grass in the courtyard. Very easily, he knocked out the two guards behind him and then walked to the kitchen. From his clothes, he took out the Overwatch Council's special poison injection tool. Using the thin needle at the front of the tube, he poured the prepared knockout drug into a sealed wine urn. To the side was an unsealed wine urn. Fan Xian thought for a bit, and then scooped up a mouthful to drink. He felt that the taste of the wine was indeed not bad. The Jiaozhou Navy's enjoyment was indeed not something that could be supported by military pay. Before leaving, he casually tossed in a pill. Fan Xian stood in the darkness and looked at the distant soldiers outside the room. He couldn't resist smiling. Chang Kuan, that bastard, was indeed afraid of death. He needed people to stand guard outside when he went to the toilet. He climbed onto the roof from the back. Angrily, he pinched his nose and jumped down. The tips of his feet landed on the ground without a sound. He looked at the toilet and found that the Admiral's manor's Mao Manor was also extravagant. It had 2 rooms. Unfortunately, the outer room did not have a toilet. Fan Xian undid his pants and began to urinate. The sound of water dripping rang out. Then the Admiral squatting in the toilet was startled. Chang Kuan's pants were halfway down. He was sitting on a chair. The chair was empty with a toilet under it. Although his appearance was a bit wretched, a eagle-like viciousness appeared in his eyes. There was someone outside. When he knew that someone could pass through the Admiral's manor's layers of defense and come to his side while he was out, Chang Kuan felt a chill in his heart. His first reaction was to yell, "Assassin!" However, he was a smart person, so he immediately shut his mouth tightly. If the person coming was an assassin, then he would not purposely make some noise to startle him. Since that person had the ability to quietly come to his side, then even if he called for the guards, they probably wouldn't be able to stop the other party's assassination. Thus, he didn't say anything. He only waited nervously, wanting to know the intentions of the ace outside. A clear and cold voice came from outside the compartment. "Why didn't you invite me for your birthday banquet?" A glimmer of viciousness flashed across Chang Kuen's face. Shortly after, he smiled slightly and said, "May I know your name and where can I send the invitation?" The curtain to the compartment was lifted. Fan Xian pinched his nose with one hand and furrowed his brows. Looking at the old general's appearance, he said, "You are Chang Kuen?" Chang Kuen was very embarrassed and angry. He was a first-level official of the Qing kingdom. When had he ever been questioned by someone under such circumstances? Furthermore, the tone of the other party's question was so condescending and frivolous. However, he knew that now was not the time to be unyielding. He could clearly feel the danger of the young man in front of him. He narrowed his eyes and said, "I am Chang Kuen. Sir, may I wash my hands before we talk?" "Do you want to shout?" Fan Xian smiled and said, "Today, even if you shout until your throat breaks, it will be useless." Chang Kuen's brows furrowed tightly and asked, "Who exactly are you?" "I am Fan Xian." Fan Xian put down the curtain and replied through it. Chang Kuen's heart jumped. Both of his hands began to tremble. "Fan Xian? Why would the commissioner of the Overwatch Council suddenly come to Jiaozhou? Why would he appear at his birthday banquet? Why would he appear in his own bathroom? Was it really that young murderous star outside?" As Chang Kuen messed around with it, he fastened his belt and said, "Who exactly are you?" After knowing the identity of the person who had come, Chang Kuen knew that today's matter was troublesome. He was even beginning to smell the scent of losing his reputation. He forced himself to calm down. As he delayed, he calculated in his heart. "Meeting in the bathroom is not very comfortable," Fan Xian said quietly from outside the curtain. "However, in order to hide from others' eyes and ears, this is all I can do." Hide from others' eyes and ears? Naturally, there was another explanation. Chang Kuen's heart calmed slightly, but he didn't lift the curtain and go out. Taking a deep breath, he said, "If it really is Commissioner Fan, what business do you have today? I want to make a deal with you." "What deal?" "A deal on the nameless island in the East Sea." The voice outside the curtain rose gently and drifted in sinisterly. It was like Chang Kuen had been struck by lightning. His lips were dry. He couldn't even smell the foul stench in the room. Breathing rapidly, there was only one thought in his mind. The court indeed knew. The Overwatch Council was coming to deal with him. After all, he was not an idiot. He heard the hint of change in Fan Xian's words. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I don't understand what you're saying. You colluded with the Ming family and secretly ordered pirates to rob the palace treasury merchant ships. You also secretly took charge of smuggling northward toward Dongyi. That is what I want to talk about. Don't try to slander me." Chang Kuen's body was in the latrine pit. His heart was like a stone in the latrine pit. With a stern expression, he purposely raised his voice a little. He wanted to secretly notify his personal guards outside. Fan Xian seemed to not notice his little thoughts and laughed mockingly. "You know yourself if you're slandering me or not," Chang Kuen shouted sternly. "Bring out the evidence." "Your Overwatch Council can forget about making me guilty. I am not some kind person. The Jiaozhou Navy is also not some sissy official in Jingdao. If you don't have concrete evidence and want to mess around, be careful that it won't end well." Although Fan Xian had a dark reputation, Chang Kuen had tens of thousands of iron-blooded men under his command, so he was indeed not afraid of him. "It doesn't matter whether I believe your crimes or not. It also doesn't matter whether the people and officials of the world believe it or not." Fan Xian's voice carried a glimmer of coldness outside the curtain. "What is important is that the emperor believes your crimes. Otherwise, why would he have me come to Jiaozhou to investigate?" Chang Kuen's heart began to beat violently. He was struck down by Fan Xian's words. As long as the emperor believed there was a problem with the Jiaozhou Navy, then given the emperor's methods, even if he didn't use the laws of the country to punish him, he still had ways to make his life a living hell. Chang Kuen was also an old general who had followed the Qing emperor on 3 northern expeditions. In the depths of his heart, His worship and fear of the Qing emperor could never be wiped away. Fan Xian continued to attack from outside the curtain. In this world, there are not many people who can save you, other than me. Chang Kuan slumped back into the chair. His eyes narrowed slightly as they spun rapidly. A moment later, he sighed and said, "Commissioner, what exactly do you want?" Chang Kuan was the admiral of the navy, a first-level official. Although Fan Xian's power did not belong to a third person, the commissioner of the Overwatch Council was an official with no rank or rank. Thus, in the beginning of the conversation in the bathroom, Chang Kuan had held on to this point and refused to lose any ground in terms of aura. However, at this moment, he began to refer to Fan Xian as commissioner. Naturally, the defenses in his heart began to loosen. After a long silence, Fan Xian asked in a quiet voice from outside the curtain, "I've always had a great doubt. Your relationship with the Yi family is not that deep. Your relationship with Yin Xiaoyi is also not very good. Even in past history, you have no connection to the eldest princess. Although your position is high and your power is strong, in the Juanshan conference, you can only play the role of a worker. Thus, I am very curious as to who your true master is. Who would order you to move the court's army to help the Ming family and secretly communicate with Dongyi?" Chang Kuan closed his mouth. His face was dark and ruthless, and he refused to answer. What Fan Xian said was indeed what the Jiaozhou Navy had done these years. However, no matter what, he would not answer. Once these crimes were confirmed, never mind Fan Xian, even the Empress Dowager would not be able to protect the lives of his entire family. "I won't tell the higher-ups." Fan Xian smiled slightly and said, "Under these circumstances, you can only trust me. I am truly just curious. Whether you die or not, whether your entire family will be buried with you, is of no benefit to me." Chang Kuan still could not say it. He smiled coldly and gritted his teeth. "Am I an idiot? Commissioner, what does these things have to do with our Jiaozhou Navy? If you have evidence, you can take the Emperor's sword and capture me on the spot in the tent. The Navy's 10,000 soldiers wouldn't even dare to fart. But if you don't have evidence, then don't block me in this smelly place to chat." He said sinisterly, "Sir Fan Jr., today is my birthday banquet. If you are willing to give me some face, we can drink a cup or two at the banquet. As for chatting, that's fine. When your Overwatch Council has evidence, it won't be too late to come find me then." Fan Xian sighed outside the curtain. Chang Kuan narrowed his eyes behind the curtain. Fan Xian sighed and said, "Yes, the Emperor is a first-level official. Even the Overwatch Council cannot question you without a special edict. As for evidence, you've killed them all. Even if there were one or two survivors, it would not be enough to remove you, a military elder. As for the Ming family, the old Ming matriarch who knows of your relationship with them has unfortunately died. You're right. Looking at it, I indeed do not have any evidence on hand." His voice appeared slightly distressed. "The Emperor certainly does not wish for you to remain in the Jiaozhou Navy, but the resistance of the court to move you is too great. The Overwatch Council also does not have evidence. Tell me, how can I make you disappear from Jiaozhou?" Chang Kuan suddenly felt an absurd sense of danger. At the same time, he was shocked. Why had his personal attendants outside not charged in? Fan Xian finally sighed and said, "Since you are not willing to accept this deal, then I have no other choice. I can only choose the most direct and most absurd method." After saying this, Chang Kuan's pupils constricted. It was as if he had seen a strange scene, as he stared at the curtain in front of him. The green curtain was like a piece of flat soil, but a bamboo shoot suddenly grew out of it. The bamboo shoot was not green but black. It moved the green curtain closer to his chest. Chang Kuan panicked, angry and dumbfounded, but he could not move. He could only watch this scene helplessly. He watched as the tip of the black dagger tore through the weak obstruction of the green curtain. With a hissing sound, it came in front of him and stabbed deeply into his chest. In the moment before he died, Chang Kuan kept his eyes open. Countless questions and incomprehension flashed through his heart. Why did the zhenqi in his body suddenly flow so erratically? Why did his limbs feel numb? Why did the Overwatch Council dare to assassinate him? He was the admiral of the Jiaozhou Navy. He was the local emperor of Jiaozhou. He had 10,000 soldiers under his command. If he died an unnatural death, it would shock the world and cause chaos among his subordinates. He was a first-level official of the court. How could the Overwatch Council dare to assassinate him? In the officialdom of Qing Kingdom, although the Overwatch Council was skilled in assassinations, under the powerful suppression of the Qing Emperor, they never used such methods on high-ranking officials. The Qing Emperor knew that once this precedent was set, the entire country would sink into chaos. That was why Chang Kuan had remained calm in the latrine earlier, and was not afraid. He had predicted that Fan Xian would not kill him without thinking. He didn't dare. But Chang Kuan lowered his head to look at the black dagger in his chest. A wretched smile rose to the corners of his lips. Fan Xian pulled back the dagger and simply wiped away the blood on the green curtain. He stuck it back into his boots and looked at the blood-covered Admiral Chang Kuan on the chair behind the curtain. He couldn't resist shaking his head. It was true that even the Qing Emperor would not dare to assassinate a military elder without any evidence. However, he was not the emperor. He had to rush back to Danzhou to see his grandmother. Where would he have the time to waste in a crappy place like Jiaozhou? I am gradually getting better. Thank you, everyone. The Jiaozhou operation has just begun. Naturally, I cannot rely on assassinations to conquer the world. However, Fan Xian is a bit lazy. Haha, I wish everyone a happy weekend. If you want to know what happens next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 420. Fan Xian carried Admiral Chang Kuan's body and swaggered out of the bathroom. In any case, he had the tyrannical Jinqi in his body and the support of the heart of Tianyi Dao. His strength was not much weaker than Jin Gang's, so he did not find it tiring. On the quiet ground outside the bathroom lay a few dead people. They were the bodyguards Chang Kuan had wanted to call for earlier to save his life. Presumably, these dead people's martial skills were also very high. However, lying on the ground at this moment, they were also completely dead. Looking at the yawning shadow, Fan Xian threw the body in his hand over and scolded. Killing an admiral in the admiral's manner. You still have to be careful. At the birthday banquet, establish the underworld birthday, the shadow replied with great talent. Coldly he said, You also know this matter has gotten out of hand. Although his mouth said it had gotten out of hand, not a trace of worry could be seen on his slightly pale face. As the true leader of the 6th Bureau of the Overwatch Council, and the best assassin in the world, assassinating a Navy admiral was perhaps not enough to make the shadow too worried. Furthermore, given the shadow and Fan Xian's skills, even if someone discovered Chang Kuan had died a violent death, they had the ability to escape before the encirclement formed. After all, Fan Xian was also a professional assassin. The shadow grabbed the back of Chang Kuan's neck and lifted him like a puppet. He lowered his head and glanced at him. A strange light flashed through his eyes. He turned his head and asked, Deal with it according to the plan? Fan Xian made a sound of acknowledgement and said with a smile, No need. In any case, your family is long used to it. I will move faster, but be careful. Don't let anyone see. The place where the latrine was located was remote and covered by trees. The servants in the admiral's manor would rarely pay attention to this place, especially since it was already getting late. Without the illumination of candles, it was pitch black. No one knew what had happened. However, there would always be people in the bathroom. Fan Xian also knew that the shadow could not hide his tracks for too long. After he finished speaking, he pushed off with the tip of his foot, and his entire body swept up like a wisp of smoke, floating toward the side of the courtyard wall. His finger pressed against the wall, and his entire body flipped out of the courtyard like a large bird, disappearing into the dark night. No one knew where he had gone. The rear garden of the admiral's manor was quiet. The faint sounds of drinking and merrymaking came from the front. The birthday banquet was bustling with activity. Presumably, a few of the dancers' clothes had fallen to the ground. No one had discovered that the admiral had been out for too long, and no one would have thought that the admiral had already died at this time. The Admiral's Manor and Ho Jichang's home were separated by about 2 streets. Going north in the middle of this straight line, after making 2 turns, there was a very unremarkable cloth shop. After Fan Xian quietly left the Admiral's Manor, he sprinted madly through the night. He turned and swept through the door. His fingers came together and made a hand gesture. At the same time, he took out the commissioner's token tied to his waist and flashed it. The lights in the room were not bright. It was obvious that they did not want to attract the attention of the patrolling soldiers outside. When the owner of the cloth shop saw Fan Xian, he was shocked at first. After confirming his identity, he immediately regained his calm. He lowered his head and asked, "Immediately?" "Right away." Fan Xian nodded. As he began to take off his clothes, he picked up the cup of tea and downed it. Even though his cultivation was very high, he still felt thirsty on such a hot day. After taking off his outer clothing, he asked, "How many people?" The owner of the cloth shop was busy taking out clothes and related items with him. Hearing his question, he replied in a low voice, 7 people. Fan Xian reached his hand into the robe he handed over and nodded. He didn't continue to say anything. This cloth shop was like the oil shop in Shangjing in northern Qi. They were both spies of the Overwatch Council. Of course, this was not the Jiaozhou branch of the Overwatch Council. The manner of the branch had long been revealed. Fan Xian wanted to catch the generals in the Admiral's Manor unprepared, so he had chosen this place. Very quickly, he dressed up and removed his disguise. Fan Xian didn't have to lift a finger. He allowed the owner of the cloth shop and his other subordinates to carefully and hurriedly tidy up his body. This made him feel a bit strange. It was like a male model changing clothes backstage. In just a moment, Fan Xian had already transformed back into the commissioner of the Overwatch Council. The black official robes on his body emanated a cold, murderous aura, extinguishing much of the heat of the hot day. The owner of the cloth shop was the true head of the Overwatch Council in Jiaozhou. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but shake his head. Great confusion welled up in his heart. He knew the commissioner's flow of work tonight, so he increasingly didn't understand why the commissioner had taken the risk to enter the Admiral's Manor earlier and then afterward was busy changing clothes and openly going to the manor to question the case. Even the Shadow, who was waiting for orders in the Admiral's Manor, didn't understand Fan Xian's thoughts. If it was to assassinate Chang Kuan, the Shadow was enough. There was no need for Fan Xian to be so busy and even cut a sorry figure. In reality, all of this was because before Fan Xian killed Chang Kuan, he still had a glimmer of hope. He still felt it was strange. In his heart, he had a deep fear of the hand behind Chang Kuan's back. An enemy with an unknown name and unknown strength was the most terrifying. Pushing open the door of the cloth shop, Fan Xian walked out with his head held high and his chest out. The summer wind blew against the corners of his black official robes, making them whistle. Behind him, the people in the cloth shop also cleanly took off their hats and clothes, revealing the dull black Overwatch Council robes. They wore official hats on their heads, and each held a few important items in their hands. The owner of the cloth shop held a bright yellow scroll in his hand. His disciple held a long sword in his arms. Just like this, a group of 8 people, in the Jiaozhou night, walked brightly and noisily out the door. Following the heavily guarded long street, perhaps bravely or perhaps recklessly, they walked toward the Admiral's Manor not far away. Other than the brothel still bustling with activity, other than the Admiral's Manor, Jiaozhou appeared somewhat quiet. For a strange group like Fan Xian's to suddenly appear in the quiet Chang Street, it immediately attracted the gazes of many people. Particularly since this place was not far from the Admiral's Manor, there were immediately soldiers hidden in the dark who walked out and stopped this group of people, preparing to question them. The ones who maintained Jiaozhou's order should have been the provincial soldiers. However, because the enormous navy was at the side, the navy soldiers were like half the masters in the city and gradually stole the position of the provincial soldiers. These soldiers had always been arrogant and tyrannical. Today, they were responsible for the defense of the Admiral's Manor. They could only listen to the singing and dancing inside and smell the fragrance of wine and meat. Yet they had to endure in the hot night. They were not in a good mood. So when they came out to investigate, their tone was not very gentle. "Stop right there. Who are you? Why are you still on the street in the middle of the night?" The questioning voices of the Navy soldiers suddenly stopped, because the young man at the head of the strange group on the Chong Street smiled at him. This young man's face was handsome, and his smile was gentle. However, it was this gentle smile that seemed to carry a dignity and pressure that could not be looked at directly. The leader was a junior officer. Looking at this group of people, he felt it was increasingly strange. Wearing all black in the night, he unconsciously tightened his grip on the hilt of his knife. Unexpectedly, the strange group of people did not even look at him. They treated the weapons in the hands of the dozen soldiers like they were tree branches in the summer night. Their expressions did not change, and their smiles did not fade. Leisurely, they walked straight past them. The junior officer was angry. He pulled out his knife and moved to block in front of the other party. The knife broke as soon as it came out. With a crisp clang, the tip of the knife landed on the ground. By Fan Xian's side, the owner of the cloth clothing shop, who had already put on his official robes, pulled back the knife in his sleeve and took out his token. In a cold voice he said, "The Overwatch Council is handling a case." The officer was shocked. Holding the broken knife in his hand, he was speechless for a moment. In reality, the relationship between the Overwatch Council and the military had always been good. The Overwatch Council rarely investigated the internal affairs of the military, so the Qing soldiers were not very afraid of the Overwatch Council. However, there were too many legends among the people. The terror of the council was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Officials were also soldiers, and soldiers were also commoners. Suddenly discovering that a group of ruthless Overwatch Council secret agents had walked past him and had even cut his knife in half, the official still couldn't help but feel afraid. By the time he reacted, he found that the Overwatch Council people had already walked onto the street in front of the Admiral's manor. The officer's heart tightened, but he didn't have time to notify his colleagues in the manor. His eyes spun around a few times. He still hadn't decided whether to immediately report to his superiors or leave the city to notify his brothers in the tent. Of course, the armed forces guarding outside the Admiral's manor were not just this small group of Navy officers and soldiers. The Navy officers in charge of security at the end of the street all discovered the strangeness here and immediately recognized the true identity of this group of black-clothed people. Overwatch Council secret agents. No one knew what the Overwatch Council people wanted to do. They were all part of the court, so the Navy soldiers could not immediately take out their weapons and chop them into minced meat. Furthermore, they knew that the Overwatch Council was a special agency directly under the Emperor. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts as they stared at Fan Xian and his group with eyes full of hostility. A group of Overwatch Council officials walked to the front door of the Admiral's manor, under the watchful gazes of dozens of people on both sides of the street. Fan Xian pulled his official hat up and scratched his slightly itchy hair. He raised his head and glanced at the red lanterns outside the manor door and the pictures pasted on them. Smiling, he said to the Navy soldiers at the door, "The Overwatch Council is handling a case by imperial edict. Have your master come out to receive the edict." The 6 soldiers had been glaring like tigers. Suddenly hearing the words, "handling a case by imperial edict," they immediately lost their spirit. They looked at each other, and someone quickly ran into the manor to pass on the message. The rest of them quickly opened the front door and prepared to welcome the angel. Fan Xian was worried that the matter at the back of the Admiral's manor would be discovered, so he did not pay attention to these rules. Raising his foot, he stepped over the high threshold of the Admiral's manor and directly charged in. The Navy soldiers looked at each other in the back, thinking, how could there be such an arrogant person in this world? Even if you are an official of the Overwatch Council, even if you have an imperial edict, you are not here to search the property. How dare you charge in like this? The Overwatch Council people charged in, so Chang Kuan's soldiers did not dare to slight them. They followed in and took up their own advantageous positions. They stared at Fan Xian and his group warily. Although they did not think they would fight in a moment, They had to suppress the other party's aura. Fan Xian did not seem to feel anything. He quickly walked to the door of the main hall and pushed it open to enter. With a glance, he saw that the soldier who had entered earlier to pass on the message could not find Admiral Chang Kuan, so he could only say something in the ear of a deputy general. The music in the hall was still playing. Singing and dancing celebrated peace. Through the wide-open door, the sound traveled into the night of Jiaozhou. Fan Xian stood at the door and looked at this lively scene with cold eyes. He knew that Chang Kuan's death had not been discovered. His heart was slightly at ease. His expression grew colder. With a cold smile he said, "Everyone is in a good mood." There was a sudden silence in the hall. Everyone was startled by this uninvited guest. A few of the rash generals of the Jiaozhou Navy had already drunk too much. Abruptly, they heard the moaning by their ears disappear. Focusing their eyes, they saw the beauty in their arms looking with a glimmer of fear outside the hall. Involuntarily, they turned their heads and found the black-clothed people. A general abruptly rose, thinking, "Who the F***ck dares to disturb me drinking wine?" He was about to open his mouth and curse. A few of the Jiaozhou government officials' hearts jumped. In the blink of an eye, they recognized the true identity of the black-clothed people standing outside the door. Although the Overwatch Council's official robes were not eye-catching, they were too eye-catching. Ho Jichang, who was sitting at the end of the table, only smiled warmly as he drank and chatted quietly with the prostitute beside him. His eyes didn't even glance in their direction. On the other side, the Navy general who had been preparing to open his mouth and curse forcefully swallowed his profanity back into his stomach. He looked at Fan Xian at the door with dissatisfaction and silently cursed his bad luck. He wondered why these black dogs of the Overwatch Council had suddenly come. A middle-aged man sitting at the side of the main seat slowly rose and said with a smile toward the center of the hall door, "Why have you come tonight?" Fan Xian glanced at this person and knew that he was an important figure in the Jiaozhou Navy, one of Chang Kuan's right-hand men, famed for his intelligence. Deng Xiaobo, the owner of the cloth shop beside Fan Xian, coldly said, "The Overwatch Council is investigating a case. Where is the Admiral of the Navy, Chang Kuan?" There was a great clamor in the hall. Everyone had confirmed the guesses in their hearts. They became increasingly nervous and wary, particularly the officials on the Jiaozhou Navy's side. Their eyes were spinning, and no one knew what they were calculating. At this moment, only the Jiaozhou Zhizhou sitting at the top could come out and speak. This half-century-old man coughed and arrogantly said, "Sir, today is Admiral Chang's birthday. What business cannot be discussed tomorrow? I am busy. Please don't talk too much nonsense." Fan Xian swept his gaze across the hall. The Jiaozhou Zhizhou was slightly angry. He thought that there were at least 5 or 6 upper-level officials sitting in the hall. Even the Overwatch Council could not be so impudent. Holding back his anger, he said, "May I ask for your official title and name?" Fan Xian smiled and said, "I am the current commissioner of the Overwatch Council. My surname is Fan, my name is Xian, and my courtesy name is Nji. I haven't recovered from my illness. I was wrong yesterday, and I'm being punished today. I feel terrible, and I'm fainting." To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. There are more chapters. Chapter 421. Not surprisingly, the Admiral's manner, which had already become incomparably quiet, became even quieter. All the officials stared dumbfoundedly at Fan Xian in the doorway. The Navy generals unconsciously pressed their lips together and smelled the impending storm. The entire place sank into a strange silence and hidden atmosphere of confrontation. In the depths of the confrontation was actually the general's fear. Everyone under heaven knew Fan Xian's identity and what the Overwatch Council did. For the commissioner of the Overwatch Council to receive an edict to go to the remote Navy commandery to investigate a case, even if one used their buttocks to think, it was not a small matter. The Navy generals hid the worry in their eyes and quietly glanced at each other. They were all guessing, perhaps something had happened on the East Sea. Different from these generals and officials, The eyes of the dancers and courtesans who had been yelled to the side lit up as they stared at Fan Xian's handsome face. First, it was not easy to see a godlike figure like Sir Fan Jr. Second, everyone knew that Sir Fan Jr. was a leading figure in his line of work. If they caught the eye of this important figure, their days in the future would be beautiful. However, the girls were not idiots. Feeling the strange atmosphere in the hall, they knew there was no chance to use the honey trap today. After the generals and officials paused for a moment, they finally came to their senses. In the absence of Admiral Chang, the Deputy Admiral of the Navy Deng Xiaobo had become the representative of the Navy. He smiled slightly and rose to welcome him. Standing side by side with the Jiaozhou Zhizhou, he bowed to Fan Xian. All of the officials and generals did not dare to sit in their seats anymore. They stood up with some fear and bowed to Fan Xian in greeting. Greetings, Commissioner. Greetings, Imperial Envoy. Because civil and military were different and their thoughts were different, the Navy and the Jiaozhou government also addressed Fan Xian differently. Pass. Fan Xian's chin moved slightly, and he nodded his head in acknowledgement. His gaze did not waver as he walked forward under the protection of the officials. He then sat down on the chair that had belonged to Admiral Chang Kuan. The 8 Overwatch Council officials behind him also followed and stood behind him. Their hands gripped the hilts of their knives as they stared fiercely at all the officials in the hall. It was a little arrogant, but he had the qualifications. Deng Xiaobo saw this major figure's attitude, and his expression was slightly unhappy. But he was secretly happy in his heart. This kind of domineering person was much easier to deal with. It looked like the rumors of Sir Fan Jr.'s sinister and deep secrets were not all true. He coughed lightly and raised his hands in a salute. Greetings, Commissioner. What case have you come to Jiaozhou to deal with this time? You are the Vice Admiral of the Navy. Even if the Academy needs manpower to handle a case, we can't ask you to transfer it. He turned to the Jiaozhou Zhizhou and said, Today, I am handling a case by imperial edict. I do not have enough people with me. I will have to trouble Sir Wu to transfer a battalion of the provincial army to me. The Jiaozhou Zhizhou's surname was Wu Gufei. He was one of the top 3 in the old government, and had once passed through Prime Minister Lin and the Fan Manor. Suddenly hearing that Sir Fan Jr. knew what his surname was, his heart warmed. He felt his entire body was at ease. Smiling merrily, he replied, Please give me your orders. Sir Wu had one good thing about him. He would certainly be greedy for silver that he should be greedy for. But he would not be greedy for thoughts that he did not dare to move. He was an honest and dutiful person. In a broken place like Jiaozhou, it was suppressed by the Navy in every aspect. Putting aside the fact that many government affairs were not coordinated, even if there were any great benefits, it would not be his turn. Wu Gufei had long wanted to transfer to another wealthy province. However, he did not have any powerful figures in Jingdou who could speak for him. Hearing the warmth in Sir Fan Jr.'s tone, he was so happy that he had long forgotten his mother's surname. He also forgot that if the Overwatch Council wanted to transfer troops, they needed the orders of the Council and the Bureau of Military Affairs. He directly said something to the advisor. The advisor accepted the order and left without hesitation. The Deputy General of the Navy, Deng Xiaobo, watched coldly from the side. He was slightly surprised. He thought to himself that the commissioner had just arrived in Jiaozhou and had not made clear what the score was. Yet he wanted to borrow troops from Jiaozhou. What was he preparing to do? After thinking about it, he immediately calmed down. The local officials in Jiaozhou were weak. Even the provincial army was only a mere few hundred people. Furthermore, they had always been poorly trained. How could they be a match for the Navy soldiers? If the Overwatch Council was truly here to make trouble for the Jiaozhou Navy, Commissioner Fan would not have only brought 7 or 8 people in. He also would not have mobilized the provincial army in front of him. Thus, Deng Xiaobo was not very afraid. He was just a bit confused. What exactly did the Overwatch Council want to do today? Where is the Admiral? The Emperor has an edict. Why hasn't he come to receive it? Fan Xian furrowed his brows tightly and asked. Deng Xiaobo's expression became awkward. He also felt it was strange. There was such a big commotion outside. How could the Admiral not have noticed? Even if he was playing with women in the back, he should have come out at this time. If they truly offended him, no one would have good days. He smiled bitterly and explained a bit to Fan Xian. With a glance, he had the admiral's personal soldiers enter the back garden to notify the admiral. Fan Xian watched this scene with cold eyes, but he was quietly calculating the time in his heart. After 3 breaths, a wretched cry rang out from the admiral's manor. The sound pierced through the quiet Jiazhou night sky and traveled far. Everyone in the hall suddenly jumped. Without any time to say anything, they randomly pulled out their weapons from under the table and ran toward the back of the garden. Although no one dared to believe that something would happen in the Jiazhou admiral's manor, that wretched cry was not fake. Deng Xiaobo's gaze was slightly strange. He didn't leave. He only stared strangely at Fan Xian. Fan Xian didn't even look at him. A sliver of heavy worry surged between his furrowed brows. Did I come too late? After saying this, he had already grabbed the screaming Jiazhou Zhizhou Wu Gafei. His figure floated and he, along with the panicking navy generals, came to the back garden. There was a pool of blood in the back garden. 7 or 8 personal soldiers of the admiral's manor lay miserably in the blood. Some had their heads separated from their bodies, while others had ghastly bloody holes in their chests. Seeing this scene, the Jiazhou civil officials couldn't help but feel their legs grow weak. The navy generals stared fixedly at a black-clothed man behind the pool of blood. Their expressions were incomparably agitated. It was as if they wanted to charge forward and tear the other party to pieces to eat. However, they were only anxious and angry. They didn't dare to make any strange movements. In the hands of the masked black-clothed man was the body of Admiral Chang Kuan of the Jiazhou Navy. A stream of fresh blood slowly flowed down from Chang Kuan's body and dripped onto the ground. The head of the Jiazhou emperor was lowered. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Looking at the bodies in the garden and the unknown status of the admiral's body, the eyes of the navy generals were about to split open. Their eyes had long turned red. How could these valiant soldiers, who often killed on the sea, think that there would be an assassin who dared to assassinate them in Jiazhou and kill so many of their brothers in front of so many of them? Put down the admiral. ***, put down the sword. The generals roared and surrounded the black-clothed man in the center. However, they were afraid to shoot at the rat for fear of harming the innocent. Naturally, no one moved. Fan Xian coldly put down the Jiazhou Zhizhou Wu Gafei. Gazing at the black-clothed man in the field, he seemed to say to himself, as expected, he arrived earlier than me. After Deng Xiaobo recovered from his shock, he had already woken up. He deeply felt that there was something strange about this matter. Why would the commissioner of the Overwatch Council personally come to Jiazhou? Why would he directly charge into the birthday banquet and not secretly investigate the case? Why did Fan Xian's expression earlier seem to indicate that he knew someone was coming to assassinate the admiral? Why did Fan Xian say that the other party had arrived earlier than him? The gears in his mind spun quickly. He knew that this matter had to do with the little island on the East Sea. However, he was not Chang Kuan. He did not know of the existence of the Juanshan Conference. He only faintly knew that his admiral was working for some organization. Thus, hearing Fan Xian's purposeful words, he couldn't help but sink into a wild imagination. Deng Xiaobo stared anxiously at the black-clothed man and the admiral in his hands. His temples burned with pain. He thought to himself, was it because the court wanted to investigate that organization, so that organization wanted to kill the admiral to silence him? Was that why Sir Fan Jr. had deigned to personally come? Otherwise, why would Fan Xian be so anxious earlier? However, this thought was not enough to move him. There was still a glimmer of doubt in his heart toward the Overwatch Council. At this moment, he couldn't resist sneaking a glance at Fan Xian. Fan Xian's brows were tightly furrowed as he looked at the black-clothed man behind the pool of blood. There was an unspeakable worry, as well as a sense of heaviness that could not be shaken off. "Don't come over. I'll kill whoever comes over," the black-clothed man said in a raspy voice. His words carried a glimmer of ruthlessness and confidence. The admiral of the navy was a major official. His life and death would certainly shake the court and affect all the people in the Jiaozhou Navy. Although the Navy generals in the garden were anxious, they did not dare to move. They were terrified that if the black-clothed man's hand shook slightly, Sir Chang's head would be cut off. The Navy soldiers outside the Admiral's manor had long surrounded them and occupied the highest points of the courtyard walls. They all drew their bows and waited, aiming at the black-clothed man in the garden. Surrounded by the army, how could the black-clothed man escape? However, no one gave the order to attack. The Navy generals did not dare to take on this responsibility. They glanced angrily and carefully at the Jiaozhou Zhizhou. At least nominally, this was an incident that happened in Jiaozhou, so it should be handled by the Jiaozhou Zhizhou. The Jiaozhou Zhizhou was startled by the heat of these fanatical gazes. He woke from his earlier fear and began to curse in his heart. He thought to himself, "You damn Navy, you usually look down on me. Now that something big has happened, you push me to the front to block the arrow. I won't do it." The Jiaozhou Zhizhou bit his lip. The person with the highest status in the garden was the commissioner of the Overwatch Council, Fan Xian, who had just barged into the birthday banquet. Thus, everyone stared anxiously at Fan Xian. The Navy generals were a bit afraid. Sir Fan Jr. was famous for not loving life and cared a lot about the face of the court. If he had the sailors fire the arrows, the admiral would not be able to survive. Fan Xian's brows were still tightly furrowed. He took a step forward and stared at the black-clothed man. "I don't care who you are. Assassinating an official of the court is a capital crime punishable by the extermination of one's family. I am Fan Xian. You should know my identity. Even if I let you go today, I can still find out who you are. Please believe me. As long as I know you are dead, your parents, your wife, your children, your friends, your childhood companions, your fellow villagers, and even the village woman who gave you a cup of water on the road, I will find them all." A warm smile rose to the corners of his lips. "Furthermore, I will kill them all." The scene was completely silent. One could only faintly hear the urgent breathing of the officials and the sound of the archer's fingers rubbing against the bowstrings on the courtyard walls. A Navy general was shocked. He thought to himself that the most important thing was to save the admiral. What consequences would Fan Xian's threats have? He was just about to open his mouth to say something when Deng Xiaobo furrowed his brows and signaled for him to shut up. Deng Xiaobo looked at Fan Xian's profile with a strange gaze. He knew that Fan Xian's words were an attack on his heart. Fan Xian gazed at the black-clothed man and slowly said, "Put down the admiral, and tell me clearly who ordered you. I will only kill you. You can also kill the admiral. Then, I will kill you, as well as those people you mentioned earlier." Fan Xian stared at him and said, "In this world, as long as there is a connection to you, I will kill them one by one." Deng Xiaobo's heart settled slightly. He knew that the commissioner's method was a method he had no other choice in a desperate situation. It all depended on whether or not the assassin's guard would relax. "Sir Fan Jr.?" The black-clothed man laughed hoarsely. "I really did not think you would come to Jiaozhou. I miscalculated a bit this time. It has nothing to do with me. Even if I wasn't here, you wouldn't have been able to escape," Fan Xian said coldly. "It was I who did not think you would act so quickly." The black-clothed man paused and suddenly smiled coldly. "Don't try to get information out of me. I only came to kill people. I don't know why I want to kill this admiral. Is that so?" Fan Xian took a few steps forward and smiled slightly. "What are your and Master Yun's names?" "Master Yun? Dongyi's great swordsman Yun Jilan? Sigajian's first disciple?" Everyone in the garden looked at each other. No one had thought of Fan Xian's words. The Navy generals were particularly shocked. The Jiaozhou Navy had always had an unclear relationship with Dongyi. Why would Dongyi do such a thing? However, to be able to break into the admiral's manor under the heavy guard and kill so many people not far from the main hall, it could only be a 9th-level assassin from Dongyi. The generals glared angrily at the black-clothed man. Because Fan Xian and the Overwatch Council people were beside them, they didn't dare curse. Deng Xiaobo still didn't believe the judgment in his subconscious. He still didn't believe that the black-clothed man was someone from Dongyi. As expected, the black-clothed man coldly said, I am not a person from Dongyi. Yin Jilan has nothing to do with me. As for that old dog Sigajian, don't mention him in front of me. Even if he wanted to hide his identity, if he was truly a member of Dongyi's Sigajian faction, he would not call Sigajian an old dog in front of everyone. Hearing these words, everyone knew that Fan Xian's judgment was wrong. This black-clothed man had to have other origins. Fan Xian's brows furrowed even tighter. It was as if he had not expected the black-clothed man to not be someone from Dongyi. In a quiet and self-mocking voice he said, Looks like there are a lot of people competing with me for business. The black-clothed man said coldly in a raspy voice, Open up a path and prepare 3 horses and 3 days' worth of food and water, 3 li outside the city. Then, I will release the person in my hands. How do I know if the person in your hands is dead or alive? Fan Xian's tone was colder than his. Clearly, he didn't care about Chang Kuan's life or death. The black-clothed man paused. Perhaps he knew he was no match for the Overwatch Council in terms of words and negotiations. So he just shut his mouth. You're not afraid I'll poison the water? Fan Xian continued coldly. Also, it looks like you really don't care about the threat earlier. I won't let you go. If you want to kill the admiral, then kill him. What does that have to do with me? Although he knew Fan Xian was attacking his mind, Deng Xiaobo looked at the admiral in the black-clothed man's hands and was still frightened by these words. The Navy generals began to cry out anxiously. The black-clothed man glanced around and smiled coldly. You don't care, but someone does. As for what you said earlier, I am an orphan. No one in this world has ever treated me well. So I don't care if you kill everyone in this world after this. Fan Xian lowered his head slightly. A powerful feeling of absurdity welled up in his heart. The black-clothed man in front of him was the shadow. However, after this negotiation, it seemed more and more real. Pretty boy, hurry up and make your decision. Seeing that no one in the garden could defeat him, the black-clothed man coldly gave his last warning. The cold sword in his hand pressed against the back of Chang Kuan's neck. Say those 3 words one more time. Fan Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. A cold light shot out. A finger was pointed coldly and full of murderous intent at the black-clothed man's face. The black-clothed man opened his mouth and was about to say something. The finger Fan Xian extended in the air trembled slightly. A black crossbow in his sleeve turned into a black light and silently pierced forward. The black-clothed man let out a strange cry. He had no time to use Chang Kuan to block his body. His entire body leaned back, and his figure flashed twice in an extremely strange manner, dodging this hidden crossbow. In this split second, Fan Xian had already closed in. His finger flicked and flicked against his meridian. With a flip of his wrist, he grabbed the black-clothed man's wrist. Swing! Using the power of the coffin breaker technique, Fan Xian was very satisfied with this move. His entire right arm shook and pulled Chang Kuan's body back. Immediately after, the tip of his foot pushed off the ground, and he and the black-clothed man were entangled together. In just a moment, the two of them had fought their way from the garden to the top of the wall. Turning into 2 terrifying black shadows, they fought at a strange speed. Their swords moved without wind, and their fists moved without sound. However, their power flowed out in all directions and shook open a gap in the archer on the wall. Inside the wall, Deng Xiaobo had already leaped forward and caught Admiral Chang Kuan's body. The 8 officials of the Overwatch Council did not go to help Fan Xian. Instead, they nervously stood in front of Deng Xiaobo, terrified that a few more assassins would come out and kill Sir Chang. Their urgency was very clear. Deng Xiaobo looked at the 2 streaks of black light on the top of the wall and anxiously cried out, Sir Fan, step back. Shoot! Shoot! Putting aside the fact that Fan Xian had just rescued the admiral, just based on Fan Xian's own identity, there would be people among the Qing soldiers who would dare to shoot at him. A shout came from the top of the wall. Fan Xian's shoulder was struck heavily, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his body shrunk back. The black dagger in his boot flew out of its sheath and stabbed directly into the black-clothed man's chest. At this moment, the archer's formation was thrown into chaos. It was as if someone was causing trouble inside and widening the gap. The heavily injured black-clothed man held his chest and quickly swept past. Swinging his sword, he killed a number of people and then disappeared into the night. A few Navy generals were about to lead soldiers in pursuit when they found that the night was deep in Jiaozhou. There was no trace of the assassin. Fan Xian held his left shoulder. He was angry that the shadow had hit him so hard. He coughed and coughed up some blood. Using a fierce gaze, he looked around and said, "Everyone come back. Don't give chase." The Navy generals were a bit uneasy and afraid, but they all looked at Deng Xiaobo. Deng Xiaobo's eyes flashed slightly. He furrowed his brows and said, "Who dares to disobey the commissioner's orders?" Hearing these words, the Navy generals hesitantly stopped their pursuit and hurried over to see Chang Kuen's injury. Fan Xian also walked over and lowered his head to look. He saw that the wound on Chang Kuen's chest was a bit wide. Without thinking, he knew that the shadow must have done something to hide the wound he left behind very well. Chang Kuen was on his last breath. He was breathing in but not out. It seemed that he could die at any moment. For some reason, he was not completely dead. "All of you move aside." Fan Xian glanced at these generals with disgust and walked over. Deng Xiaobo looked at his old boss's wretched state and didn't know what to do. Suddenly, he remembered that Sir Fan Jr. had another identity as a divine doctor. Immediately, there was a bit more hope in his heart. Fan Xian checked and took his pulse. In the end, he shook his head. He's still alive, but he can't be saved. In reality, there was no need to take a pulse. He had killed the person himself. In the end, he had also kept his life. He knew Chang Kuen's situation the best. The generals present felt like they had been struck by lightning. But they knew Sir Fan Jr. would not lie. They couldn't help but look at each other, unsure of what to do next. Deng Xiaobo's body swayed. His face was deathly pale. With great difficulty he steadied himself. Silently, he called over a trusted aide, and quietly said a few words by his ear, telling the aide to quickly leave the city and bring over the Navy soldiers. Although Deng Xiaobo was grateful for the Overwatch Council's help, he still felt that the matter was strange. Forcing himself to be alert, he bowed toward Fan Xian. "Sir, you have a precious body. I am indescribably grateful." Before he finished speaking, Fan Xian had already cut him off. "When the assassin escaped earlier, what happened?" Deng Xiaobo's heart jumped. He wondered if there was an assassin inside the Navy. Fan Xian turned and coldly said to the still-shaken Wu Gafei, "Where are the provincial soldiers I told you to bring over? Immediately close the city gates and search for the culprit. At the same time, surround this manor. All of the Navy soldiers, bow down and wait for questioning. No one is allowed to leave this manor." "Sir." Two voices rang out at the same time. Wu Gafei happily accepted this mission. But Deng Xiaobo felt a great sense of unease from Fan Xian's words and wanted to speak up in objection. "I'll write slowly. Everyone read slowly. Thank you. Also, I'm pulling for monthly votes. Although I didn't write much, I'm still pulling. Monthly votes are a good thing. Yesterday, the Oscars had just been given out. Today I'm writing about Fan Xian's acting. It's quite a coincidence." To be continued. If you want to know what happened after, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Chapter 422. Why did Fan Xian have to act? Of course, it was to think of a way to calm the Navy generals. They were all born to kill. Once their faces were torn, they wouldn't care if you were a prince or not. As for little Xianxian's acting cough cough, he has always been an idol. Besides, most of the audience are rough people. I'm also a rough person. Objections were ineffective. The admiral had been assassinated. This was a major event. Additionally, when the black-clothed assassin had escaped, the Navy archers had indeed acted strangely. As the commissioner of the Overwatch Council, Fan Xian was the highest-ranking and most noble person present. Coincidentally, he was in charge of the follow-up matters, and used this excuse to forcefully suppress Deng Xiaobo's opinion. Although the Jiaozhou Navy felt fear in their hearts, There was nothing they could do. In a short while, the 300 provincial soldiers directly under Jiaozhou Zhizhou, Wu Gufei aggressively surrounded the admiral's manor. The navy soldiers and archers originally stationed on the outskirts looked at each other. In the end, after receiving Deputy General Deng's gaze, they gave up their weapons and were temporarily guarded in the large garden behind the admiral's manor. At this time, the Jiaozhou city gates were also closed. Another 200 provincial soldiers began to chase the black-clothed assassin through the city. Earlier, the generals and officials had all seen the battle between Sir Fan Jr. and the assassin. They thought that if even Commissioner Fan could not keep the assassin here, what use was there in sending out these provincial soldiers with ordinary martial strength? Deng Xiaobo glanced at his disarmed subordinates in the garden, and then at the provincial soldiers stationed outside the garden, with excited expressions on their faces. An invisible coldness flashed through his eyes. The admiral's death was too strange. Sir Fan Jr.'s arrival was too strange. Furthermore, once the Overwatch Council arrived, the assassination occurred. The other party used this matter to forcefully disarm the Navy's trusted soldiers and moved the provincial soldiers to surround the admiral's manor. All of these signs showed that the matter was not so simple. Only now did Fan Xian let out a breath. As long as he trapped these important Navy generals in the city, he had already achieved his first goal. This was a proper decapitation plan. First, they would kill Chang Kuan, who was the most shrewd and had the highest official position in the Jiaozhou Navy. Then, they would lock the heads of the Navy in the admiral's manor. Even if the tens of thousands of Jiaozhou Navy soldiers were a giant dragon, at this moment, the dragon was without a leader. Even if there was a mutiny, the damage would be minimized. For the sake of this goal, Fan Xian had expended a great deal of energy. Yan Bingyan was far away in Jingdou and had no way to help design the details of this matter. So all the procedures were arranged by Fan Xian himself. Because of the relationship between the Jiaozhou Navy and the Juanshan Conference, Fan Xian was cautious. He didn't want to beat the grass and startle the snake. Additionally, because he was not confident in the plan he had constructed, he did not bring the people of the Qinian unit. They were all his trusted aides. If something went wrong, they had to be buried with the Jiaozhou Navy. Fan Xian could not bear to do so. He had only come with the shadow alone to cooperate with the Jiaozhou operation. If they truly could not handle the 10,000 people, he and the shadow had enough power to lead the 400 Black Knights far away. In order to ensure the suddenness of the operation, he had purposely spent many days in Wuzhou. Furthermore, he used the excuse of going to Danzhou to visit relatives to hide his true whereabouts. What he wanted was suddenness. Otherwise, if the people from the eldest princess side also came, although he was pretending to be a prince and the commissioner of the Overwatch Council, he would not be able to clean out the Jiaozhou Navy. Yes, it was cleaning. There was no other way. Investigating the case according to normal methods, even with the help of the Overwatch Council, Fan Xian would not be able to find anything to use against the shrewd and ruthless Chang Kuan. Once martial power truly clashed and triggered a mutiny, Fan Xian asked himself that the Black Knights at his side would not be able to block the attack of 10,000 soldiers head-on. Although the Overwatch Council still had people hidden in Jiaozhou other than the 8 people behind him, unless it was a critical moment, Fan Xian did not want to use them. He slowly turned around and looked coldly at the Navy generals behind him, whose faces were ashen or angry. He laughed coldly, thinking, since the emperor wanted him to stabilize Jiangnan and gather the navy, then most of these unfamiliar faces, naturally, most of them had to die. However, he knew that the Jiaozhou Navy could not be completely controlled by Chang Kuan alone. There were certainly soldiers loyal to the court. In the spring, the Jiaozhou Navy going to the little island in the East Sea to kill people to silence them was close to treason. Chang Kuan would certainly only dare to use his own troops. Tonight, he wanted to see clearly which of the Navy generals standing in front of him were loyal, and which were traitors. As for the person called Deng Xiaobo, Fan Xian warmly said, "Deputy General Deng, how do you think this matter should be handled?" Deng Xiaobo was panicking in his heart. He was calculating whether or not the trusted aide he had sent into the city had managed to escape before the city gates closed. Suddenly hearing this warm question, his heart trembled. Sorrowfully he replied, "The admiral has unfortunately been killed." It is all up to Sir Fan Jr. This matter is very important. I think that we should immediately use an urgent mail route to report this matter to Jingdo. He said that Fan Xian would make the decision, but he kept saying that he would report to Jingdo. As long as the news of the death of the Jiaozhou Navy admiral spread out immediately, Fan Xian, being in Jiaozhou, would inevitably be suspected of being a crook. When he did things, he would be much more careful. Fan Xian understood the meaning behind his words and couldn't help but nod his head in approval. He thought to himself that if he had known that the Jiaozhou Navy had such a talent, he would have taken him in for his own use and not sent Jichong to take such a risk. However, Chang Kuan was already dead. This case had to be investigated. Fan Xian knew that Deng Xiaobo was someone he had to get rid of immediately. He made up his mind not to let this person leave his side. Lightly he said, "This matter is very important. Of course, it has to be immediately reported to the emperor." But his tone changed and attracted the attention of everyone in the garden. "The admiral has unfortunately been killed by a scoundrel." Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and said with incomparable coldness, "Once this news gets out, I'm afraid it will shock the court and create a very bad influence among the people. Putting aside the dignity of the court, just for the peace of the country, and to prevent those sinister bandits from the outside world from using this matter to cause trouble, this news has to be suppressed. The Jiaozhou Navy and the Overwatch Council will both send a secret memorial to Jingdo at the same time to explain the whole story of tonight clearly to the court." He stared coldly at everyone. "Within 3 days, if I find out that the people of Jiaozhou know the specifics of tonight's situation, and there are any bad rumors, don't blame me for not showing mercy." The generals thought about it and felt that such a way of handling things was indeed reasonable. They all nodded their heads. Only Deng Xiaobo complained bitterly in his heart and repeatedly signaled with his eyes toward Admiral Chang's trusted aides. If they truly handled things as Fan Xian did, the outside world would have no idea what had happened in the admiral's manor. The information inside and outside would be cut off. Looking at the attitude of the Jiaozhou local government, the Navy generals would truly become turtles in a jar with nowhere to stick their mouths out and nowhere to escape. Without giving Deng Xiaobo too much time to think, Fan Xian coldly said, "Everyone for something like this to happen tonight." "It is." There was no unreasonable sorrow between his brows. On the contrary, it was self-deprecating helplessness. "None of us will be able to escape responsibility. I'll have to trouble everyone to stay in this garden for a few days. We'll talk after the matter has been investigated." With this order, it was the same as putting the Navy generals under house arrest. Immediately after, it was time to make arrangements for Admiral Chang Kuan's funeral. Fan Xian no longer interfered. He stood to the side and watched the Navy generals sorrowfully do their work. However, he would not allow Deng Xiaobo to leave his sight. As for the matter of purchasing, it could be temporarily delayed. Looking at this scene with cold eyes and Chang Kuan's body, that had already been lifted onto the bed, Fan Xian couldn't help but feel a bit absent-minded. This old general was also an old person from the northern expedition. From the sorrow in the generals' hearts, it could be seen that Chang Kuan's prestige in the military was very high. Furthermore, the East Sea washing of the little island with blood also showed how sinister and merciless he was. He had died just like this. Fan Xian shook his head self-deprecatingly. In his previous life, he admired the saying the most. Those who use the pen will never be able to defeat those who use the gun. No matter what scheme or trick, it was not as good as martial power. Of course, this was only possible if one's martial power was strong enough. Schemes and martial power both had their uses. Shaking off the random thoughts in his mind, he told Jiaozhou Zhizhou Wu Gufei a few things to take note of in a low voice. He then led a few important figures among the Navy generals and walked with Wu Gufei toward the conference room at the back of the Admiral's manor. The conference room was actually a study. However, It was very large and the candlesticks were very luxurious. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes, as if he didn't see the furnishings inside. He sat in the main seat and called for everyone to sit. Wu Gufei sat silently by Fan Xian's side. The Jiaozhou Zhizhou had long woken from his earlier shock in Fan Xian's trust. He felt that today's matter was indeed too shocking. The expressions of the Navy generals were complicated. They didn't know what Sir Fan Jr. was about to say. The Emperor has a secret edict for Sir Chang. Fan Xian sighed and stood up. He took out a letter from his bosom and glanced at it. However, Sir Chang has suddenly met with misfortune, so this secret edict can only be read by the few of you. Deng Xiaobo was startled and raised his sleeve to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. He didn't know if it was because the weather was too hot or because he was grieving over his superior's death, but his expression was tired. He sincerely said, "Sir, it is not customary." Fan Xian's gaze swept downward and lightly said, "Shut up, just keep your ears open." Since it had come to this, there was nothing more to say. Zhizhou Wu Gufei led the way to kneel. Deng Xiaobo gritted his teeth and at the same time, knelt in front of Fan Xian with the 3 high-ranking Navy generals beside him. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the people kneeling in front of him. He cleared his throat and said, "Relay the Emperor's verbal edict. You have all heard it word for word." "Yes." The 4 of them replied in unison. "Chang Kuan, after not seeing you for 2 years, there are 3 things I do not understand and 4 times I am uneasy. After thinking about it, I have to ask you face to face in order to be at ease. Thus, I have Fan Xian ask you face to face on my behalf." Fan Xian lowered his brows as he read. Written on the letter was a verbal message from the Qing Emperor sent directly from the palace. It was a true verbal edict. The hearts of the 4 people kneeling below listening to the verbal edict chilled. They could hear that the Emperor's mood must have been very bad when he said these words. Deng Xiaobo felt the sweat on his back begin to form a small river. He only heard Fan Xian's voice continue to ring out coldly. "1. I do not understand. Are you short on money? Did I not give you your salary? Or is the manor the capital has given you too small? 2. I do not understand. Have you gone senile? During the northern expedition, you were also a clever person. How can you be so stupid now? 3. I do not understand." Fan Xian read to this point and paused slightly. He sighed in his heart. Although the Qing Emperor was not in front of him and Chang Kuan, who should have been listening to the verbal edict, had already been killed by him. Reading this letter, Fan Xian could still feel a glimmer of the Qing Emperor's anger and powerful disappointment. The admiral of the Jiaozhou Navy, Chang Kuan, was a close official who had accompanied the Qing Emperor on the northern expedition. Otherwise, he would not have been able to control such a military power as the Jiaozhou Navy alone. Jiaozhou controlled Dongyi to the north and Jiangnan to the south. How important was it? Yet, such an official whom the Qing Emperor trusted incomparably had betrayed the emperor and secretly sent out troops to help the Jiangnan Ming family and massacred countless lives on the little island. Fan Xian looked at the letter and weakly lowered his eyelids. He thought to himself that the reason the emperor was sad and disappointed was because of what Director Chun had once said. What the emperor could not accept the most was for someone he trusted to betray him and deceive him. Thus Chang Kuan had to die. However, the emperor was still not satisfied. He wanted to viciously scold Chang Kuan before he died. Unfortunately, Fan Xian did not help the emperor fulfill this wish. He composed himself and continued to read. "Your heart, has it been eaten by a dog? If you don't answer well, I will have Fan Xian take your body to feed the wild dogs on the wastelands in the north, the place where you risked your life with me in the past. You know how much the wild dogs there like to bite people's faces." Following the emperor's oral edict that Fan Xian relayed, a cold wind seemed to rise in the study. Jiaozhou Zhizhou Wu Gufei had not expected the emperor's oral edict to have such content. He had no idea how Chang Kuan had made the emperor so angry, so he could only open his mouth wide to express his confusion and shock. The faces of the 3 high-ranking generals of the Jiaozhou Navy had already become extremely pale. The sweat on Deng Xiaobo's back was still flowing, but it immediately turned into a bone-piercing cold water. The three generals lowered their heads to the ground and repeatedly kowtowed. They did not dare to open their mouths to ask or explain. Although the oral edict was vicious, it did not mention Chang Kuan's specific crimes. Although the emperor's anger was only on a piece of paper, it was still not something these navy generals could stand against. Fan Xian had already slowly sat back in his chair. He did not call for the four people kneeling on the ground to rise. Indifferently, he said, "Do you all understand? Today, I have come to Jiaozhou to investigate a case. What I am investigating is Chang Kuan's case. However, he died in front of me. It truly surprises me." Deng Xiaobo gritted his teeth and straightened his body. Without any fear, he looked straight into Fan Xian's eyes and said, "If I may be so bold, dare I ask what case the commissioner is investigating by imperial edict? The admiral has performed meritorious deeds for the country and worked hard guarding the borders. I truly do not know what crime he has committed. I'm afraid that Jiaozhou is far away, and the emperor has been deceived by some treacherous person." Fan Xian's gaze gradually became icy. Deng Xiaobo's teeth were about to break from gritting them before he forced himself to finish speaking. "Please, Commissioner, investigate in detail and give justice to my master. Do not chill the hearts of the tens of thousands of soldiers who have worked hard guarding the borders for the court." Fan Xian was silent. He only stared coldly into Deng Xiaobo's eyes. This long period of silence immediately made the atmosphere in the study tense. "What crime?" Fan Xian's icy voice broke the silence. "Is secretly colluding with Dongyi considered a crime? As a border-guarding navy, secretly directing the smuggling of palace treasury products, is that considered a crime? Colluding with Jiangnan merchants and allowing bandits to cause chaos, is that considered a crime? Secretly moving the navy out of the harbor, landing on the island to kill people, helping the traders cover up their traces." Fan Xian's voice gradually became angry. Staring at Deng Xiaobo, he said, "You Jiaozhou Navy are truly daring. If this is not a crime, then what is?" He abruptly rose and narrowed his eyes at the four people kneeling on the ground. "You tell the court not to chill the hearts of tens of thousands of soldiers, but your actions are even more shameless than those bloodthirsty pirates. Are you not afraid of chilling the court's heart, chilling the people's heart, and chilling the emperor's heart?" As Fan Xian was speaking vehemently, he had actually been paying attention to the three navy generals among the four of them out of the corner of his eyes. Deng Xiaobo still had a loyal and wronged expression on his face. Of the two generals, the gaze of one of them was shrinking while the other carried shock and disbelief. It was as if he had not known about this matter at all. Fan Xian didn't care whether or not this person's acting skills were first-rate. In any case, there was still time to examine it. At this moment, Deng Xiaobo said in a loud and pained voice, "If you want to incriminate someone, you can always find a pretext. If the Overwatch Council wants to frame the Navy, we cannot accept it wholeheartedly. The Admiral's body is not yet cold. Do you have the heart to force us like this?" Fan Xian smiled coldly and said, "You want proof?" Deng Xiaobo gritted his teeth and said, "Exactly. Even if I get my head chopped off, it will only be a bowl-sized scar. No matter what, I can't die without knowing why." He said these righteous words, but his heart was incomparably nervous. He incomparably hoped that the troops stationed outside Jiaozhou would receive the news, kill their way into the city, and fish out all the navy generals in the garden. As for whether or not this counted as rebellion, he couldn't care less. Continuing to pull for monthly votes. If you want to know what happens next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.